is London in the 1850s? Now, if you've ever tried driving around the roads of London, you may notice that the traffic there is terrible. But back in the 1850s, it was even worse. The streets were crammed with horse-drawn carts and buses. And I bet and everyone was just fighting their way through London to get to work and back again. Now, some of you might be wondering, well, train lover, why didn't they just take the train into London? That was the problem, you see, because back in the 1850s, trains had actually been banned from going into the very centre of London. So you see, all the railway termini, Paddington, Euston, King's Cross, Waterloo, Victoria, none of them were allowed to go into the very centre of London. They could only go so far into London before the City Commission laws basically banned them from going any further. So, what was the solution to this problem? Several proposals were made, but the one that they eventually decided on was to put the railways underground, creating the London Underground, which is what we will be talking about in tonight's stream, covering its entire history from its very early beginning days of the Metropolitan Railway all the way up to the massive railway network London has today. Well, not quite banned, John Murray, just banned from going into the City of London. Before the London Underground came along, the only railway terminus that was actually in the City of London itself, as in the square mile of the city on the site of Roman Londinium, the only railway terminus. The only railway terminus in the actual City of London itself, the square mile on the site of Roman Londinium, before the London Underground came along, was Fenchurch Street, which had been opened by the City and the London Tilbury and Southend Railway. Actually, no, it was opened by the London and Blackwall Railway, who were later bought out by the London Tilbury and Southend Railway. But yeah, Fenchurch Street was the only railway station in the actual City of London itself at the time. With all other stations, you had to end your journey at one of the outer central London stations, and then if you lived in the actual City of London, you had to get a train. You had to get like a horse-drawn cart or an omnibus in, which was not pleasant. Well, yeah, I do remember the Great Fire of London, but it's not what we're talking about. So, tonight, we will be talking about the London Underground and its impact on London. So, who have we got tonight? Hello to Spyro, Cinder, Martin, Damo, Cool Gamer, Sadinks, Rob, and anyone else who might be there. Alright, I'll just let everyone know that we've begun, and then we shall start. Oh, I haven't poured my ciders yet. Just a minute, guys. Only one person watching. That can't be right, only one person watching. Hello, Timeland, and hello, Damo. So yes, London Underground's got a very interesting story to tell, and I'd like to share it with you all tonight. Ernie at the London Underground, yes. I believe Ernie's uniform, the uniforms that Ernie and Millie wear in Underground Ernie, I think they were based on the uniforms which London Underground workers were actually wearing during the early 2000s at the time Underground Ernie was being made. So yes, they really did have the sort of uniforms that Ernie and Millie wear in the show. Great fires of slowly. Mustn't make it angry. Yeah, we probably will briefly talk about Underground Ernie at some point in this stream. But mainly in this stream I want to talk about the real life London Underground. Because it too has an interesting story to share. So, hello James, Jacob JCB, MLP fan, and A Smith. Seriously, guys, if you guys keep saying Ernie in the Premiere live chat, in the live chat, if you guys keep saying that, then I will have no choice but to give the person doing it a wedgie. I'm so excited. Hello, Billy. Yeah, I hope to somehow cover all 11 Underground lines in this stream, but we'll have to wait and see. Hello, Matthew, and hello, John. Lovely to see you. Band of God. Oh, nice to see you. Right. So, let's begin by talking about the line that started it all. I've never heard of Kathleen O'Hara. The Metropolitan Railway. So the Metropolitan Railway was the one that started it all. And this was one of the minds behind it. Charles Pearson. So, Charles Pearson had several proposers. Just remember to keep it a secret. So, seriously, do you want me to give you a wedgie? Oh, shit. So as I was saying, Charles Pearson had several proposals to try and get around the ban that the London City authorities had on railway lines going into the very centre of the capital. Still there, James? So one of Charles Pearson's proposals was to build like a central railway station in the very middle of London that multiple different railway companies could use, but this proposal was rejected. So instead, he decided to build an underground railway that would connect up 3 of the major London railway termini and link it to Farringdon, which was as close as possible to the City of London as was allowed at the time. No, Toasty. The guy we're looking at was one of the advocates for building the Metropolitan Railway. Not only the first underground railway in London, but the first underground railway in the world. So the Metropolitan Railway wasn't really planned as like a metro railway, a metro subway underground railway as we know it today. The Metropolitan Railway was just a railway company like any other that was being built at the time. The only difference, it mainly ran underground. So the Metropolitan Railway was to start here at Paddington, the terminus of the Great Western Railway. Side note, what I love about Google Maps is when you click on any of the underground stations, it like shows the actual underground lines as well as like the overground lines and Crossrail, etc. It shows the actual underground lines and the exact geographical routes they take on Google Maps. I find that really neat, and this feature will be very helpful in this stream, so I can show you guys exactly geographically, where all the routes of the London Underground lines go. You haven't been on the Underground in ages? That's fair, train guy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, the mum from Home Alone? Right. Hello, Matthew. Nice to see you. So, yeah. Metropolitan Railway was to start at Paddington. It was about here. So this station here that runs alongside the Great Western Railway tracks. So it runs here. So this was known as Paddington Bishop's Road initially. So it departed from Paddington, Edgware Road, Baker Street. So it linked it up with Edgware Road and Baker Street. Great Portland Street Station was originally called Gower Street when it first opened. Then Euston, King's Cross, so it linked all those up, and then it would take the commuters in to Farringdon, which was as close to the City of London as was allowed at the time. So that was the route that Charles Pearson proposed, and eventually it was approved, and construction on this brand new underground railway began in 1860. Well, thank you, Polar. You guys even listening? So, but how to build this new... Oh, is John Murray still there? But how to build this... Oh, you're listening, are you, Bandit Gold? Nice. I don't know, Toasty. We're supposed to be talking about the London Underground. But how to build this new underground railway? No. Keegan. Well, this is how they built it. Using the now infamous cut and cover method. They dug a wide trench in the ground, propping up the houses. They laid the track in the ground, and then they built a brick tunnel around the track, around the double track, then filled in the trench again to create the underground tunnels. But this process took a very long time and was very disruptive, to the people of London, especially the poor people, where I believe the construction of the Metropolitan line using the cut and cover method, I think that caused a lot of disruption. Yeah, that caused a lot of disruption, but it was mainly the poor people who were affected. All the slums between King's Cross and Farringdon, where the poor people live, they were all basically demolished. They were forced to move out of there, basically. Which sounds awful to us nowadays, but it was just socially accepted back in the 1860s. In fact, most of London wanted the slums out. Overall, it did still benefit London and the population who lived out of London. Oh, no. Thanks, Billy. So, as I was saying, the slums... Yeah, it was Billy. We don't want 100 sewing up at the station. It's like Lay's. No, Martin, you're not getting them back. Yeah, we're not having any of those guys disrupting the stream. So, as I was saying, sadly, all the people living in the slums between Farringdon and King's Cross, in fact, all the people living in the slums along the entire route were basically evicted to make way for the new railway, because they was using the cut and cover method. And that does sound awful, forcefully evicting poor people, but it was just socially accepted back then. Overall, the railway did still benefit London as a whole, but as with anything, especially back in the Victorian era, it was always the poor people that got the short end of the stick. But yes, even so, the cut and cover construction method was disruptive, especially to poor people, but really all of London, like the road traffic as well that people use. But then again, the construction of this new railway was designed to take horse-drawn carts and omnibuses off the streets of London, make it easier for people to get into the city of London. But yes, after 3 years, the first section of the Metropolitan Railway was complete, and it opened to the public on the 10th of January, 1863. But what kinds of locomotives did they use? But what kind of locomotives did they use? Well, I will answer that question once I get my ciders from the garage, because I still haven't got them yet. Just give me a second. I'm back. What's the chat been saying? Thomas the Tank Engine above the builder? Well, he hasn't really said anything, Billy, so... Should be in a zoo. So... Mr. Carburettor. Oh, Timelad, is that to say that Jubilee from Underground Ernie, who I know is voiced by Tim Whitehall, is that to say Mr. Carburettor, Tim Whitehall also voiced Mr. Carburettor? Is that what you're saying? So... One of the Metropolitan Railway's engineers, John Fowler, I believe he proposed for the railway to run not with steam traction, steam locomotives, but at one point the Underground Railway was considered as an atmospheric railway. So, London Underground Atmospheric Railway. Here we are, the Crystal Palace Pneumatic Railway, an experimental atmospheric railway that ran in Crystal Palace Park in 1864. So this was John Fowler's proposal to have the unpowered coaches be blown and sucked through the tunnels by compressed air. But this failed because it was found that the compressed air leaked continuously through the joints in the tunnel lining. The Waterloo and Whitehall Railway was proposed as one of the first underground pneumatic atmospheric railways, but that's never materialised. For the longest time, my Irish friend Electro believed that today's underground trains ran on compressed air instead of electricity, as the Crystal Palace Atmospheric Railway, as the Crystal Palace Pneumatic Railway did. I'm going to leave this article open and tell him about this when it opens. So this was the proposal. It was designed by Thomas Webster Rammel. Shallow trench 4 feet in depth. Journey time was 50 seconds between Sydenham and Penge. Tickets costing £600. Frogs under a vacuum pump. Oh, God. So this atmospheric railway system was proposed for the Metropolitan Railway, but it never materialised because it was found it was just too... It was found that it was just too unreliable. So, when the Metropolitan Railway first opened, one of their biggest financial backers, which just so happened to be the Great Western Railway, no doubt due to the Metropolitan Railway's western terminus being at Paddington, the Great Western Railway, they basically made... So the Metropolitan Railway was originally built as a dual-gauge railway, so using 4-foot 8.5-inch standard gauge and 7-foot Brunel broad gauge. This was to allow for the Great Western Railway to run their trains along the Metropolitan Railway as well as the Metropolitan Railway running their own trains. So when the Metropolitan Railway first opened in 1863, they didn't have their own locomotives and rolling stock yet. So, for the first year of operation in 1863, they borrowed the broad gauge locomotives and rolling stock from the Great Western Railway, just as like a temporary measure. No, John Murray. U-Bahn Hamburg? Yeah, but that's a German underground railway, not... We're talking about London's underground railway. So for the first year of its operation, the Metropolitan Railway used broad gauge locomotives and rolling stock from the Great Western Railway. However, the following year, though, the Metropolitan Railway finally got the first of its own locomotives. The Metropolitan Railway A-Class 440s, built by Bayer Peacock. Welcome back, John Murray. Just telling everyone about the cut and cover method used to build the Metropolitan Railway. I was also saying how, for the first year of operation, the Metropolitan Railway had to use broad gauge locomotives and rolling stock from the Great Western Railway. But finally, though, in 1864, 1 year after the Metropolitan Railway opened, they got the first of their own locomotives, the A-Class. GWR withdrew their services in August 1863. So these were the locomotives that the GWR used at first. They're Metropolitan Class 240s. I really like it. Train law. Well, that's what we're doing now. Well, Daniel Gooch designed them, the Metropolitan Railway's first engineer. So yeah, the first of these locomotives were delivered in 1864, 1 year after the Metropolitan Railway opened. Yeah, what about Tin Top? Exactly, Train Guy, I'll get on to that in a moment. So yeah, these were the first locomotives built by Bayer Peacock & Co. in Manchester. The most notable features with these locomotives, because they ran in such tight because they ran mostly through tunnels, they had these huge condensing pipes running from the cylinders back to the water tanks to condense the exhausted steam. Rather than exhausting them out of the chimney, as much of the steam as possible was exhausted through the cylinders back into the water tanks, and they were condensed back into water and reused. Oh, and according to Wikipedia, the A-Class the Metropolitan Railway's locomotives also burnt coke or smokeless coal to reduce the smoke levels, because, you know, these underground steam locomotives needed to produce as little smoke as possible, so they wouldn't choke the passengers with all the steam going into the stations. No, I won't, Colin. Welcome to the stream. Voice Tin Top? I don't know. So the Metropolitan Railway A-Class had an extraordinarily long working life. Oh, and I meant to say, Another thing that the Metropolitan Railway did to help reduce smoke levels in their tunnels was at some point, they left openings in their tunnels to enable what steam was exhausted out of these locomotives' chimneys to escape. You can still see these openings in the tunnels on the subsurface lines when you travel on the District, Metropolitan Circle, and Hammersmith and City lines to this day. So yeah, if you look around Farringdon on Google Maps, you can clearly see where these openings in the tunnels are. So if you look just outside King's Cross, look, you can clearly see the openings in the tunnels. There's a modern day S-Stock train. You know, you can clearly see, hello Colton, the very obvious openings in the underground tunnels that the Metropolitan Railway left or opened up themselves after the railway opened to again try and reduce steam emissions. And of course these just weren't covered up when the subsurface lines were converted to electric power. No. Thing is, though, guys, when I was a lot younger and I travelled on the subsurface lines like the District and you know, the Metropolitan Circle, Hammersmith and City, etc., I hated it when the trains went into these openings in the tunnels because they were just so sudden, so unexpected, like in the middle of nowhere, like in the middle of between two stops. And also, I thought the whole railway was supposed to be underground. Bus wankers to you too, James. Welcome. What, Johnny, Matthew? So these openings in the tunnels, whenever I travelled on the subsurface lines, I never liked them. I always found they just happened so suddenly. And when I first rode the District line, I just assumed that the entire underground railway, the underground network, was underground. So I was shocked when the train briefly went overground, even for like a split second. But the thing that unnerved me most of all about coming in suddenly, going through these openings in the tunnels, was the fact you look out the window and you can see all of the electrical and communications wires going up and down as the train speeds along, and you see them going up, and all the squiggly spaghetti-like wires going up and down as the train speeds along. And I hated seeing that when I was younger. Even today, I'm still a little bit unnerved by it. But I hated it when I was younger. And for the longest time, I thought, well, if they don't need these gaps in the tunnels anymore, now that electric trains are used instead of steam, why don't they just cover up these gaps? Then I won't have to put up with this. But of course, that would just be a waste of time and money, wouldn't it? Bus wankers to some people, and bus stop for a laugh, indeed. So have any of you guys noticed that when you've been on like the Metropolitan Circle, Hammersmith and City and District lines, have you guys ever noticed the openings in the tunnels when you're travelling on those lines? Rail safety. Automatic coupling of rail cars? Yeah, Janny couplers. But that's American, Matthew, not... That's American, not... That's American railroads. We're talking about the Underground Railways of London. So yeah, have any of you guys noticed the openings in the tunnels when you travel on the subsurface lines? There's another of these openings in the tunnels, like around Victoria. Well, I know there's somewhere near Victoria, but can't see them here. But there is one between Victoria and St James's Park. It's just not 100% obvious where. I think it's around here. You've never been on a London bus? I've been on a few London buses, but obviously the Underground's better. No book fighting, eh? Nice. Here we are, here's one. Here's one of the openings in the tunnels that was left for the steam to escape. Right in the middle of these houses as well. Yeah, I always hated it when the trains, when I was on an underground train and it went through. Sloane Squares isn't an opening. And then there's loads of tunnel openings between Sloane Square and South Kensington. That was always the worst part for me. When, like, me and my family and friends were taking the district line from Embankment to South Kensington to go to the Science Museum. That was always the worst part for me, going through all these openings in the tunnels. Look, there's another one here, one there. It was just awful for my 4/5-year-old self. I know, and it genuinely frightened me, train guy, especially when seeing all the spaghetti-like wires moving up and down in the daylight as the train went through these tunnel openings. It just happened so suddenly, and I hated it. But then again, train guy, I suppose it was necessary for these subsurface lines, because remember, they were built when the Underground Railways used steam locomotives. It looks awful. It was awful. So yes, even though the Metropolitan Railway's A-class steam locomotives were designed to emit as little smoke as possible, with their condensing apparatus and burning coke or smokeless coal rather than regular coal, it still wasn't enough, so they had to open up the tunnels in places. Spaghetti! Yeah. But yes, these open-cabbed 440 locomotives were the mainstay of passenger trains on the Metropolitan Railway for the longest time. My boy, chicken and chips are for dinner. And the first 18 that were built all had names. These look like Greek names. Not a very high boiler pressure these engines had. They only went up to 150 psi. Somebody touch my spaghetti. Oh, they were used by all sorts of companies as well. The Metropolitan Railway and the Metropolitan and District Railway, which we'll get onto in a second, the competing railway company. These weren't the only steam locomotives they used. They used all sorts of other classes of steam locomotives. But the A-class was the mainstay of passenger services on the Metropolitan Railway all the way up to 1935. So yeah, these engines ran passenger services on the Metropolitan Railway for over 70 years, until most of them were finally retired in 1935. One of them, number 23, was retained as a shunter at Neasden until 1948. Thankfully, number 23 has now been preserved and is now on static display at the London Transport Museum in Covent Garden. I have been to the London Transport Museum a few times, and I have seen number 23 in person. I'm just grateful that we still have an original Metropolitan Railway A-Class around at all. Octorok. You love your mum's spaghetti? That's nice. So yes, if you guys want to see a Metropolitan Railway A-Class for yourself and see the steam locomotives that ran the world's first underground railway, then go and see number 23 at the London Transport Museum. Yes, there is Train Guy. I'll get onto that in a second. Imagine a Thomas the Tank Engine character based off number 23. That would be interesting, James. Would be interesting to see how that character could be characterized. Hang on. Favorite type of pasta? Not sure. Probably spaghetti. Yes, it would be interesting to have that character working in some sort of underground railway on Sodor, like in the tight tunnels of the China clay pits, for example, James. Funny song in the London Underground? Yeah, there's several, actually. In fact, to end this stream, I've decided I'm going to play Jay Foreman's song where he sings about all the stations on the London Underground. Number 22 was sold to the District Railway 1925, scrap 1931. Some of the A-class locomotives were sent all over the country after they were withdrawn. Number 44 went to Pelaw Main Colliery in Durham, surviving until 1948. The locomotives were painted in a bright olive green line livery, lined in black and yellow. It wasn't until 1885 that the dark red that we know today came about. Feisty one you are! Oh, you went to the London Transport Museum today, did you, Thomas and Trains 487? Also, I've never seen you here before. Welcome to the stream, welcome to my channel. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Well, it's very fitting that you were at the London Transport Museum today, considering this stream is themed to the London Underground. Would have been Gene Hackman's birthday. Oh yeah, he died supposedly from carbon monoxide leak. Closure of the Brill Tramway, which the Metropolitan Railway owned, around 1936. So yeah. Oh, number 62 was experimentally fitted to burn oil in 1898. Oil of the right quality to use on the ground was expended to use. Further experiments were carried out with oil burning in 1921. Good evening, Bogart. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about one of the first steam locomotives that was ever used on the Metropolitan Railway, the world's first underground railway. The Metropolitan Railway A-Class. So, the Metropolitan Railway had a monopoly on underground railways in London for about 5 years. After their first line between Paddington and Farringdon opened, they expanded their line out to Hammersmith in 1864, and then into the city itself at Moorgate by 1865. Yes, it is Bogart. Christian Bale's birthday. Oh, happy birthday to Christian Bale. So, getting trains for any railway company, not just the Metropolitan Railway, but for any railway company, being able to run their trains into the actual city of London itself, as I said, that's the square mile on the site of Roman Londinium, that was basically the jackpot for any railway company. Not just the Metropolitan Railway, any railway company, because railway companies knew that if they could run their trains to the City of London itself, then all of the rich aristocrats and bankers and people like that who worked in the City of London would be willing to pay through their noses to have a direct service from their homes in suburban towns to their place of work in the City of London. So the Metropolitan Railway being able to reach Moorgate was a big win for them. And as a result, they basically made Moorgate kind of like a terminus station with an extra I think the subsurface platforms at Moorgate, they had 6 platforms instead of the usual 2. Yeah, the Metropolitan Railway had huge... hello, Catherine. Had huge ambitions for it. Oh, you were from the State Raid, were you, Catherine? Nice. Welcome. I'm just telling everyone about the Metropolitan Railway. And how they are. And how they had a monopoly on underground railways in London for 5 years. Chug, 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 chug to you too, Catherine. Welcome. Are James and John Murray still there? Belgravia, this is a part of London I've never heard of. Well, I don't know. No, we're not. But others wanted a piece of the pie too. So, in 1868, 5 years after the Metropolitan Railway first opened their first line. You were from the first, nice. So 5 years after the Metropolitan Railway opened their first line, a competing railway company, known as the Metropolitan District Railway Company, or simply the District Railway, what we now know today as the District Line, they opened their first line between South Kensington and Westminster. For poshos. First class stream? Yeah, it should be. Yeah, the Metropolitan District Railway first opened between South Kensington and Westminster, and instantly they had competition with the Metropolitan Railway. New Thomas show? Yes, I have. Poshos. Yes, posh twats. Yes, the District Railway was built for posh twats, basically. Taking them from Kensington, an area full of posh twats, to Westminster, another area full of posh twats, where Parliament is, as you know. Well, as most of you know. So yes, the District Railway was very much a railway for posh twats. And the A-class steam locomotives that the Metropolitan Railway used proved so successful that the District Railway also ordered some A-class locomotives from Bayer Peacock. Class poshos, but basically just any rich upper-class people, basically, Catherine. So, yes. The Metropolitan Railway was basically seen as a railway more for the, well, anyone could use the railways, basically. All the stupid twats are, yes! But yes. The District Railway was very much a railway for posh twats. And as I said, like the Metropolitan Railway, the District Railway also had a fleet of their own A-class locomotives. Exactly, Catherine. The rich are upper class. But if you want to know the sorts of coaches that the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway used, the Bluebell Railway own a fleet of 4 they own a fleet of 4 preserved ex-Metropolitan Railway coaches. Right, rolling stock, here we are. The Bel Air known as Kia stock. Here we are, carriage stock list. So, Craven era, Stroudley coaches. Here we are, Metropolitan Railway. Oh, this is one of the coaches in March 1997. Looks good now. So yes, the Bluebell Railway own a fleet of 4 ex-Metropolitan Railway coaches, which I've travelled in before. And I've seen these, when I do my voluntary sessions at the Bluebell Railway, I've seen these being maintained at the Carriage Works. Carriage and Wagon Works. I had chicken and chips for dinner. These are some really nice coaches, and even though they were built for Underground Railway use, they look good behind any of the Bluebell Railway's 19th century locomotives, so Fenchurch and their 01. Second best rate of coaches at any railway? Yeah, these Metropolitan Railway Cravens are some of my favourite railway coaches as well. What are your favourites, Train Guy? What are your first favourites? But yes, the Metropolitan Railway Cravens are in my top 10 favourite railway coaches. Lovely compartment coaches. And the Bluebell Railway actually lent their preserved Metropolitan Railway Cravens temporarily back to London Transport, Transport for London, when they did their rail tour on their steam rail tour on the London Underground in January 2013 to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Metropolitan Railway. Quad Art set in the North Norfolk. Oh yeah, that's a good one as well. For me, as I've said before, my favourite railway coaches of all are a tie between L&E Artiques and Pullman's How Do You Exterminate? So yes. 4 ex-Metropolitan Railway coaches are preserved at the Bluebell Railway. And when me and Electro went to the Kenton East Sussex Railway back at the end of August, me and him travelled in an ex-District Railway coach. Yeah, I saw there was District Railway lettering on the coach when we got into it. So we travelled on an ex-District Railway coach. Museum in North Yorkshire? Nice. Oh, National Rail Museum, New York? Nice. So yeah, those are the sorts of coaches that were used on the Metropolitan Railway during the steam era, when it used steam locomotives. Have we been going for nearly an hour already? 118 views already, wow. Right. So One thing I do find strange about the A-class locomotives is the fact they've got no cabs. Surely they would have thought to include cabs to give the driver and firemen some protection from all the smoke building up in the tunnels around them. But I guess crew comfort simply wasn't a priority in the 1860s. Yeah, and I think the A-class remained without cab roofs on both the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway for pretty much their entire lives. Right. Right, before I show you guys what I want to show you, because this will be relevant, so there's one Metropolitan Railway A-class locomotive left, but there's a Metropolitan... There's also one Metropolitan Railway E-class preserved. These 044 steam locomotives that were like a later development of the A-class. Only 7 of these were built between 1896 and 1901, and 1 is preserved. Metropolitan Railway number 1. This is the engine that hauled the rail tour on the London Underground back in 2013. So the sole surviving A-class hasn't run under its own steam for years. But this one, I think, is still regularly used. It's currently preserved at the Buckinghamshire Railway Centre, which the Metropolitan Railway used to go through. Nightmare Before Christmas? Nice. Oh yeah, a few GWR pannier tanks were even used on the London Underground at some point. We'll get to those later in the stream. Oh, one of the A-classes, number 1, was scrapped after an accident. So yeah, I think 3 Metropolitan Railway engines are still around today. 1 A-class, 1 E-class, and this Oxford and Aylesbury tram locomotive that looks a little bit like Fergus the railway traction engine. Aveling and Porter. This was used on the Brill tramway, which the Metropolitan Railway owned. And these are the two These are 2 of the Great Western Railway pannier tanks that were used on the Metropolitan Railway at one point or another. The 2 Great Western pannier tanks that London Transport used for maintenance purposes, they remained in works train service even after the end of steam on British main lines. I believe these pannier tanks remained in works train use on the London Underground until 1971. So 7715 and 7752 are the ex-London Underground locomotives. The Metropolitan Railway used steam locomotives on their engineering trains until 1971. 7752 was sold to London Transport on the 4th of November 1959. Beg pardon. Currently operational. I think I might have seen 7752 visit the Spa Valley Railway when I was very young. I have a vague memory of seeing 7752 at like a gala at the Spa Valley Railway, but I can't quite remember. But yes, a few Great Western Pannier tanks were used on works trains on the Metropolitan Railway. Right. Is the train guy still there? Pardon me. Jesus. I'll save this to watch later. Okay, awesome. So, London Undergrounds. Here we are. Here's the Metropolitan Railway E-Class hauling the rail tour as part of the 150th celebrations. Well, this was also back when the C stock was still in service. Oh, I think that might be the very Metropolitan and District Railway coach me and Electro travelled in. So January 2013 this was. Oh yeah, and there was a Metropolitan Vickers electric locomotive on the back as well. There we go, steam on the Met, 13th and 20th of January. Yeah, these steam on the Met rail tours were to celebrate the 150th anniversary. See, though there are the Metropolitan Railway Cravens that the Bluebell Railway lent to London Transport for this event. Shame I couldn't go on this, because I would have been in school on this day.
Towards Moorgate, right down the street.
Oh wait, it was on Sunday. It was on the Sundays, so I would have been able to go actually. But a very interesting whistle, the E-Class engines. King's Cross, Liverpool Street, Moorgate, Whitechapel. Here it is, coming through Baker Street. This is what it would have been like at the time, more or less. That higher pitch whistle's coming from the Metropolitan Vickers locomotive. And see how much smoke they created. And the subsurface station at King's Cross, which was rebuilt in the 1940s to look more like a conventional deep level tube station. when the rail tour passed through here, it created tons of smoke. It would have been unacceptable for steam locomotives to be used on subsurface lines. No, the deep level lines. But we'll get to that in a second. So look how much smoke it's creating, and it's all billowing up in the tunnel, in the station. I mean, in the deep level style station. Oh, this was awesome. This must have been awesome. Steam on the Met rail tours. Look how much smoke it's creating in the tunnels, though. See, this is why they needed to use. The smoke levels needed to be as low as possible on here. Is everyone still there? Chat seems to have gone quiet. Is James still there? Oh yeah, and the Metropolitan Railway electric locomotive, like, pulled it back. With the E-Class pushing behind. Look at how much smoke it's creating on both sides of the platform. This is why those ventilation shafts were needed. John Murray said. That much smoke being made. Well, don't forget, John Murray, the Metropolitan Railway locomotives. Metropolitan Railway locomotives were designed to emit as little steam as possible, so even this, and it looks like more steam is being emitted because, you know, it's in a confined space in the tunnels, but that's how it was on the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway. It's the electric locomotive. And because it was January, yeah, it was snowing. The sea stock trains were withdrawn the year after this was filmed, but this is still a neat event. See, it was even worse at King's Cross station with the deep level style station. Even more smoke was emitted in the deep level station. Where have Damo and Rob gone, I wonder? Alright. Oh, Chris Eden Green's one of the one who filmed these. Well, So yeah, that was basically what the commuters on the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway had to deal with every few minutes, basically. And with steam trains coming through every few minutes, like, I believe the Metropolitan Railway timetable in the 1860s was like every 10 minutes. With trains coming through every 10 minutes, or perhaps even more frequently, tons and tons of smoke would just be filling the stations. So if you think just one rail tour can produce that much smoke, just imagine what it would have been like in those subsurface stations back when they used steam locomotives. But yeah, the A-class and the later B-class Metropolitan locomotives were used for over 70 years. 84 years if you count number 23 being used all the way until 1948 as a shunter at Neasden. But yes, both the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway hated each other, and they were fierce rivals. But there was some reluctant cooperation between both the Metropolitan and the District Railways. There was some cooperation between them because they actually worked together to build a circular route underneath London. What we now know today as the Circle Line. So yeah, the circular route under London was finally completed when the two companies met at Mansion House. Where is it? Temple, Blackfriars. Here we are. They met here at the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway met here at Mansion House, completing the circular route around London. However, the circular route wasn't its own separate railway. The Metropolitan Railway ran trains clockwise, at least I think, and the District Railway ran their trains anti-clockwise round the circle. Is everyone still there? 10 people watching, but hardly anyone chatting. So the Circle Line didn't become its own separate line on the Underground, marked in yellow on the tube map, until 1949. Before then, it was just jointly run by the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway. But both companies were very cheeky, actually, because... Okay, nice train guy. Both the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway were very cheeky, actually, when it came to running the Circle Line, because... if, say, you wanted to go from Farringdon to Mansion House... Oh, wait, no. If, say, you wanted to go from Farringdon to Cannon Street with the Metropolitan Railway, but you bought your ticket from the wrong booth, they wouldn't tell you, and they'd make you go the long way round the circle, all the way out to Kensington and back round to Cannon Street. Which was very cheeky of them. So yeah, you had to go the long way round the circle if you bought your ticket from the wrong booth. Or if, say, you wanted to go from Baker Street to Victoria on the district line, on the district railway, but you bought your ticket from the Metropolitan booth, again, they would make you take the long way round. This was very cheeky of them, but it does show you how much both the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway hated each other. So yeah, what do you guys think of that? Right, I'm now going to show you guys one of the documentaries that I was watching in preparation for this stream. I'm not going to show you guys the entire documentary just yet, but we will go back and forth between it. We will go back and forth between it when we get to the relevant sections of it. So yeah, I plan on covering the entire London Underground's history tonight. And hopefully talk about all 11 lines. So we've talked about the Metropolitan line, the District line, and the Circle line tonight, or at least what became of those 3 lines. A right pain in the arse? Oh, it really was. But again, if you weren't familiar with how the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway operated, you wouldn't know, basically. But yes, we won't watch this entire documentary now. We'll just come back to it once we reach the relevant sections of the stream. So I'll just start playing the documentary for you now, guys, and you can watch it while I go to the loo. This video's been up here on YouTube for over 10 years, so I'd assume this documentary isn't copyright sensitive, but we'll just have to wait and see. I've shown an episode of Modern Marvels on this stream before, and that wasn't copyright sensitive, so hopefully this won't be copyright sensitive either. Right. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this documentary. As I said, we won't watch the whole thing now. We'll come back to it when we reach the relevant sections of this stream. So I'll just start playing it now, and while I do, I'll head up, throw my cider cans away, go to the loo, get some water. And then I'll be right back. Anybody shows up while I'm gone, you know the drill. Tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I hope you enjoy this documentary.
London, England, a cosmopolitan city, home to over 7 million people. Traffic congestion has long been a problem in the metropolis. 150 years ago, London needed a solution to its transport problems. The solution was to give the world its first underground railway system. The history of the London Underground, next on Modern Marvels. Rush hour at King's Cross Station, one of central London's busiest underground stations. 6 different tube lines meet here, and it also serves a major railroad station, with 67 million passengers passing through each year. Few realise the role it played in giving London its underground. The first steam railways had begun in 1825, and 25 years later, King's Cross was a terminus for steam trains arriving in London. But the railroads were not permitted to expand any further into the capital. This meant that the 750,000 workers who arrived at the railroads each day then had to find a way to get to work in the heart of the city. This huge burden of traffic inevitably led to gridlock.
London of the 1850s was one of the world's largest cities. It was a massively growing industrial city and a port, the hub of the start of the British Empire. Interestingly enough, it was a very dense and crowded city. It was still largely built on its medieval street pattern, and it meant that people basically jostled together. People lived very close to their work.
Hello,
It was a
Electro.
very crowded city full of
Nice to
cobbled
see
streets,
you.
gas lights and horse-drawn vehicles.
Just telling everyone about how
150 years ago, London
showing
was
this documentary about how basically before the railway was built, London was basically grinding to a halt. I'll just let Neon and Jacob know you're here, Electro. So yeah, I know you showed up early because you wanted to know about the district railway. Basically, Electro, I was saying a bit earlier that the district railway was basically built for posh twats. The first section of the district railway was from South Kensington, posh area of London, to Westminster, another posh area of London, where Parliament is, as you know. And the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway hated each other, basically. And I was also saying, Electro, how if you bought your ticket from the wrong... I was also saying how when the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway opened the Circle Line, they were very uncooperative. So I believe the Metropolitan Railway ran trains clockwise, and the District Railway ran their trains anti-clockwise. So Electro, if for example you wanted to go from Farringdon to Cannon Street with the Metropolitan Railway, but you bought your ticket from the District Railway's booth, they wouldn't tell you that you bought your ticket from the wrong booth. And they'd make you go the long way round. Cheeky, isn't that, Electro? Of course I knew Gary Lineker voiced Underground Ernie.
Drawn vehicles.
150 years ago, London was grinding to a halt.
Yes, it was. So yes, Electro, the London Underground was
It
essential.
needed an ambitious solution to link the main railroad stations to the city centre. There was...
What's this? Oh, I'll pick a fan.
I am Chester Cheetah on the prowl for Cheetos. Bingo.
Chester, you're awesome. You're so brave.
Cheesy.
Bring in the stunt double. Shouldn't there be some sort of safety net? It's just one humiliation after another.
What is Cheetos made with
Gary
real
Lineker.
cheese?
Still there, Electro? You went on the Underground last year on your birthday? The London Underground? Nice.
There's only one way to go, and that was underground.
It's important to remember that for most people, the thought of actually going underground and travelling at speed underground was actually a very novel concept. Many Victorian writers saw death and doom and destruction to people who actually travelled on underground railways.
Newspapers such as The Times actually ran quite a fierce campaign against the railway,
Still there,
saying
Electro?
that even if it worked, technically it would never pay because people would never use it. They were speculating about
Ridiculous.
underground passages soaked with sewage drippings and infested by rats.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Sewage drippings and rats my arse.
Going underground was the vision of one
Those
man.
newspapers had no idea what they were talking about.
Going underground was the vision of one man, Charles Pearson. He persuaded Londoners that they
Yeah,
needed
that's
a
what I said
transport
earlier in the stream.
network
Was
beneath
Charles
the
Pearson who
streets.
pioneered
He
the
knew that if
Metropolitan
people
Railway.
could get in and out of the city easily, they could live further away, and the slums in London would become a thing of the past.
Charles Pearson was a lawyer associated with the City of London, and he was the person who really first pressed for the building of the Metropolitan Railway, which was the world's first underground steam railway. And Pearson basically came up with the idea of digging a trench down the middle of the road, of roofing it over, and running his railway in the bottom of the trench.
The Metropolitan Railway Company broke ground.
Yeah, that's what I said. Cut and cover.
Down the middle of the road, of roofing
Digging a
it
trench
over,
down the middle
and
of the
running
road.
his railway in the bottom of the trench.
The Metropolitan Railway Company broke ground in 1860. The building method used was called cut and cover, and was a very expensive engineering project.
Model of how cut and cover
It
work.
involved
That's at the
digging
London
and
Transport
cover,
Museum. That
and was a
model,
very
I've seen it
expensive
before.
engineering project. It involved digging tunnels which were over 20 foot wide, laying 2 tracks side by side, and then bricking these over to replace the road. This project took 3 years to complete and
There's
caused
the gaps in
havoc
the
to homes
tunnels I was
and
talking
businesses.
about.
The new tunnels were very shallow and ran only feet below the road surface.
It's the only feet below
An
the road
example of this
surface.
can still be seen in the Notting Hill district of London.
Oh yeah, Jeff Marshall talked about this in his Secrets of the District Line video. I think it was Secrets of the District Line he talked about this in. The fake houses in the Notting Hill district used to cover up the gap that was left by the Metropolitan Railway when they built their the District Railway when they built their tunnel opening.
2 dummy houses, numbers 23 and 24 Leinster Gardens, which are identical to all the other houses in the street, except for one thing. Their frontage is merely a wall, 5 foot thick, complete with painted windows and front doors. They were built to fill the gap left in the row of houses when the line was built through the street.
So look, that's how it looked before they built that and left the gap. The locals didn't want that huge gap there, so they built fake houses to hide that gap in the tunnel, in the opening in the tunnels.
The Metropolitan line opened in January 1863, and it basically connected the 3 major rail terminals at Paddington, at Euston, and at King's Cross with the centre of the city at Farringdon.
Well, if the lecturer was still there, I sent him this clip earlier as part of the
It was
documentary.
not conceived as a steam railway. The initial suggestion by the Metropolitan Railway's engineer John Fowler had been
That's
to
what I
have a
was
new
showing
underground
you
railway
guys
running on
earlier.
compressed air. The idea was that trains would be blown through tunnels and sucked
Those
back
the
by
interiors
air
of those
generated
coaches
from
looked
trains
like
would be blown through the railway running on
the interiors
compressed
of the
air.
City and South
The
London
idea
Railways
was
coaches.
that
We'll get
trains
to
would
that
be
City
blown
and
through
South London
tunnels
Railway in a
and
moment.
sucked back by air generated in great compressors at each end of the line.
That's not one of the Metropolitan Railway's engines that's on screen at the moment. That's actually a Furness Railway engine, all the way up in the
Trains
north
would
of
be blown through
England.
tunnels and sucked back by air generated in great compressors at each end of the line. But the major flaw in this system was that the compressed air leaked continuously through the tunnel joints.
Couldn't work.
With the failure of the system, the Metropolitan Railway was forced to borrow steam locomotives and rolling stock from the Great Western Railway in order to start its service. Although it's just a quaint tourist attraction today, it was a revolutionary idea and an immediate success. It carried 40,000 passengers on its first day. The timetable ran between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. with a train every 15 minutes.
But as I said, demand was so great that the frequency was later increased to every 10 minutes.
The time for the 3 3/4 mile journey from Paddington to Farringdon was 18 minutes, stopping at all stations. Not much slower than the journey time today. This newly built railway also had one oddity when it started.
When the Metropolitan Railway was first opened, it had been constructed with both 7-foot gauge, which was Brunel's Great
So
Western
yeah, the
Railway,
Brunel
broad
gauge and the
because it
standard
met
gauge, as I
beyond the
said.
Great Western Railway at the
Dual
Paddington.
gauge.
And it had a third rail added, which also created a 4-foot 8.5-inch gauge track. That's Stephenson gauge.
The gauge is the distance between the 2 running tracks. This odd twin gauge arrangement ended when the 2 companies, the Metropolitan Railway and the Great Western, fell out with each other. The Metropolitan went back to using Stephenson's gauge, and this is still used by most railways today. Without the locomotives from the Great Western Railway, the Metropolitan was forced into supplying their own rolling stock, and for this, they turned to the engineering company Bayer Peacock.
Yeah, the Bayer
engine was
Peacock
For this,
locomotives
they
I
turned
was
to
just
the
telling you
engineering
guys
company
about.
Bayer Peacock.
The engine was a
Still there, train
440
guy?
tank engine. 440 is the wheel arrangement also used on the standard American engines of the time.
Ugh, thought it would be fine if I just do this. Come on. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I thought that documentary would be fine to show, but obviously not. Well, I've already talked a little bit about the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway. But obviously, building at cut and cover level was causing huge disruption, and with the amount of smoke the steam locomotives produced, even the ones who were trying to reduce the levels of steam, it was clear that steam locomotives just weren't viable for Underground Railway use. And that was where the City and South London Railway came in. We know it today as the Northern Line, but they built the first section of their line between Stockwell and King William Street. This is one of the locomotives they used. This short and stubby little electric locomotive. Yeah, the City and South London Railway was also, it wasn't the first, but it was one of the first electric railways in the UK. The Vaux Electric Railway in Brighton had predated the City and South London Railway, with the Vaux Electric Railway opening in 1883. and the City and South London Railway opening in 1890. However, electric trains had first been pioneered in the late 1870s in Germany, I believe. But the City and South London Railway was one of the first proper, practical commuter railways to use electricity. Powered to 500 volts DC initially. And the coaches, which had no windows, were known as padded cells. So if we go here, Stockwell Station, you can clearly see the Northern Line in black. So this is the route the City and South London Railway took. So from Stockwell, the Oval, Kennington, Elephant and Castle, Borough, and then the original terminus was at King William Street. Which is about there. So it was somewhere around there, in the middle of the City of London. Boco on the London Underground? And why would Boco go on the London Underground, James? King William Street was only open for 10 years. Yeah, King William Street Station was only open for 10 years. In 1900, King William Street Station closed when the City and South London Railway extended to Moorgate to link up with the Metropolitan Railway via London Bridge and Bank. Oh, for additional service, nice. Oh yeah, and there would also be a reference to the Metro Vic electric locomotives. Yeah, welcome back, James. So now we're talking about the City and South London Railway, James. The world's first deep-level tube railway. All the other underground railway, all the other lines built by the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway, they were all built at cut and cover. But the City and South London Railway, which we now know today as the Northern Line, was first opened in 1890. And the thing that made deep level tunneling possible was none other than the famous Great Head Shield. Here we are, Great Head Shield. So the tunneling shield was first developed by Isambard Kingdom Brunel's father, Mr. National Rails. Oh, God. The Great Head Shield was basically an evolution of the tunneling shield that Brunel's father had invented. Most of the underground is above in ceremony. Yes, I believe that is correct, James. I believe only 45% of the London Underground network is actually underground. The other 55% is above ground. Yes, I think that probably was intentional. Hello, Jacob. Nice to see you. So we've already talked about all of these subsurface railway lines built by the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway. Now we're talking about the City and South London Railway, which we know today as the Northern Line. The first section opening between Stockwell and King William Street. I'll just let Electro and Neon know you're here. Oh, Electro's back. Never mind. I'm here for real. Nice. Welcome, Electro. Jacob's only just arrived. So at the moment, Electro, we're talking about the City and South London Railway, which was the first deep-level tube railway, which we now know today as the Northern Line. All the other railways, now called the Northern Line. The City and South London Railway, that's it, which is now known as the Northern Line. Something that will be very helpful throughout this stream, Electro, is if you look on Google Maps and click on any one of the London Underground stations, it comes up with basically an entire geographically accurate map of the London Underground, and you can see if you scroll all the way out how far it expands outwards. Oh yeah, and the overground lines are shown here as well, and the Croydon trams and Crossrail. So yes, this will be very helpful, because this will show you basically exactly where all the London Underground lines go throughout London. Golden Guard. So yeah, at the moment we're talking about the City and South London Railway, Electro. The first line ran from Stockwell all the way up to King William Street, a station which is now closed, and was made possible. And tunneling deep underground, Electro. No, Solar Space, welcome. Was made possible by the Great Head Shield. So the workers dug out the soil in front of them. Then the shield was moved forward to prop up the soil that they dug out to stop it from collapsing. Then the tunnel lining was put in behind the shield. And then the process was repeated over and over and over again until the full 3.2 mile line between Stockwell and King William Street was complete. And it opened in 1890. No, I want this to be a London Underground theme stream, Solo, welcome. Well, I think it's just based on commuter trains in general. Still there, Electro? Oh, you are still there. Makes sense. Basic tunnel construction without tunnel boring machines? Yes. I don't think tunnel boring machines came along until much later on. But yeah, that's how the first deep-level underground railways were built, Electro, with the Great Head Shield. But of course, before then, the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway built all of their lines with the cut-and-cover method, which tunnels which are only which are only just a few feet below ground. Dug out a trench, laid in the tracks, dug the tunnels inwards, built a brick arch around the tunnels, sealed them off by burying up all the soil again, and that was it. But it was a much more expensive and complicated process, the cut and cover method, Electro. Still there, Jacob? Underground station in them. So here's the cut and cover method. Basically a drawing of the cut and cover method in action, Electro. one of the disadvantages of the cut and cover method, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, Electro, was the fact that loads of the slums where the Metropolitan and the District Railways were being built were basically demolished, and all the poor families living there were forcefully evicted to make way for the new railway. I know that sounds terrible, but back in the 1860s and 70s, when the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway were building their lines, it was socially accepted. Most people in London didn't want those poor families living there, so they supported the both railways being built as a way of getting rid of those slums. Basic tunnel construction methods. Yes, very basic. But very expensive and time-consuming, the cut and cover method. In fact, tunneling in general, while it may have gotten faster over the years, has always been time-consuming, basically. Oh, and while you're here, Electro, I managed to find out some more information on atmospheric pneumatic underground railways, which was originally conceived for the Metropolitan Railway. A short demonstration railway was built near Crystal Palace. It was known as the Crystal Palace Pneumatic Railway, and it worked basically as you thought the deep level London Underground lines worked, Electro, with atmospheric pressure sucking and blowing unpowered coaches through the tunnels. The short 600-metre demonstration line at Crystal Palace did work. The short 600-yard demonstration line did work. But again, it was found that the compressed air leaked continuously through the tunnel lining, so it was never adopted. Oh, and it was and broad gauge was used as well. Obviously, I'd assume Brunel gauge was used for the Crystal Palace Pneumatic Railway. So yeah, I wanted to show you this as well. So only 600 yards between Sydenham and Penge, with tickets costing 6p each, and a journey time of 50 seconds. A proper underground railway line was actually proposed to be used on the pneumatic system, Electro, the Waterloo and Whitehall Railway, but it never materialised. VHS release for the 10th anniversary? Nice. Some believe it was destroyed by construction work of Festival Empire in 1911. Oh, don't worry about it, Martin. I'm not going to watch it again. You still there, Electro? Is Jacob, JCB, still there? So yes, that was briefly talking about the atmospheric railways. So as I was saying, the City and South London Railway, built using the Great Head Shield, it was successful, but there were a few disadvantages with the City and South London Railway. As I said, these padded cell coaches that they used was one of the disadvantages. Look how small the windows were. Barely got windows at all. It was just so claustrophobic. Then again, they didn't think windows would be needed, but they were actually. Exactly, John Murray. There's no need for Martin to be alarmed. So yeah, these little four-wheel electric locomotives would have hauled the padded cell coaches through the City and South London Railway's tunnels. But most passengers didn't like the padded cell coaches and how small their windows were. I found it very claustrophobic. But that wasn't the biggest problem with the City and South London Railway. The biggest problem with the City and South London Railway was the fact that it only had one power station down at Stockwell to supply the entire line with the 500 volts of electricity it needed. 500 volts DC electricity it needed. And what they found was, as the trains got further and further away from the power station at Stockwell, and as they approached King William Street, and had to go down and up the inclines under the Thames, they'd found that the little four-wheel electric locomotives used to pull the coaches became more and more underpowered the further away from the power station at Stockwell they got. And sometimes they would grind to a halt completely, and all the lights in the coaches would go out, leaving the passengers stranded in darkness, which must have been terrifying for some of them, being in those padded cells with very, very small windows in complete darkness. That must have been horrifying, honestly. So yes, for the longest time, it had to supply its own power source, the City and South London Railway. Well, there wouldn't be community guidelines, there'd be copyright strike, but whatever. So yeah, the City and South London Railway, first ever deep level tube railway, and the first ever part of what would eventually become the Northern Line. Oh, there you are, Jacob. Welcome back. So Jacob, I was just telling everyone about how when the City and South London Railway, nowadays part of the Northern Line, when that first opened, these the little four-wheel electric locomotives that were used to pull those padded cell coaches with very small windows would often become very underpowered as they approached King William Street Station at the other end of the line, due to the power station being down at Stockwell and the electricity supply getting weaker and weaker the further away from Stockwell the trains got. And sometimes the power would shut off completely, and the engines would fail completely, and all the lights would go out, leaving the passengers stranded in darkness in these claustrophobic padded cell coaches with very small windows. They do, but they were very flawed. The fact that they were only four-wheel electric locomotives and given how small they were, they just weren't ideal for the City and South London Railway. And larger electric locomotives were used when later deep level underground lines opened. But yeah, that must have been horrible for the passengers trapped in those padded cell coaches in complete darkness whenever the power went out on the City and South London Railway. Generating station was constructed so well. I would have freaked out in those coaches. I completely understand, Jacob. Especially as they have no windows in them. Like, I get why they barely had any windows. They only have these very small windows. I get why these padded cell coaches only had these very small windows, because the logic was, why would the passengers need to see out if they were going through dark tunnels? But even on underground trains, you need to have windows in the enclosed tunnels, purely so you can see that the train's moving and you don't get motion sick. Windows aren't just for looking out of and enjoying the view. They do serve a practical purpose on all trains to stop passengers from getting motion sick. Yeah, windows on all trains and coaches are essential to prevent passengers from getting motion sick. And the motion sickness, I can imagine it would have been a very common thing that passengers suffered from travelling in the padded cell coaches. Well, I can imagine these little City and South London electric locomotives would only be powerful enough to be used for shunting on the North Western Railway, Jacob. So yes, for the first 10 years, the City and South London Railway only ran between Stockwell and King William Streets, which was here, very close to Monument Station. But then, in 1900, 10 years after it first opened, the old tunnel to King William Street was blocked off and the station was closed because the line was extended from Borough via London Bridge and Bank to Moorgate to link up with the Metropolitan Railway. So yes, before long, the deep level underground railways of London started to expand. Ideal to be shunters, exactly. By the way, Jacob, something else I was saying earlier in the stream. Have you been on... So if you've ever been to London, Jacob, have you ever been on either the District, Circle, Metropolitan or Hammersmith and City lines, all of these subsurface lines, and noticed when travelling on those lines that gaps in the tunnels open up? Have you noticed how gaps in the tunnels open up on the subsurface lines, Jacob, if you've ever been to London? Well, I always have. And whenever I was on those trains, on the subsurface lines, and went through the openings in the tunnels created to let steam escape back in the days when the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway used steam locomotives, it always made me freak out a bit, going through the openings in these tunnels. It just happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly. My younger self always assumed that the entire railway network, underground network, was underground, so I wasn't expecting to see openings in the tunnels. But the thing that freaked... Can't remember what lines I was on, that's fair. But yes, I have been on all the subsurface lines and been through these openings in the tunnels. So the fact they happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that alone freaks me out. But the biggest thing that freaked me out about these openings in the tunnels was seeing all of the electrical and communication wires moving up and down, running on the sides of the tunnels, running up and down. Yeah, they all moved up and down with the motion of the train. And I was always freaked out at seeing them moving up and down and the sudden burst of daylight that came through whenever the trains went through these openings in the tunnels. But yes, Jacob, these tunnel openings were left there deliberately to enable the steam from the steam locomotives to escape. Well, my younger self was John Murray. And even today, I still get unnerved by seeing the wires moving up and down suddenly in the daylight. BR never built electric shunters? Especially battery electric ones. Yeah, battery electric shunters will be perfect. So yeah. City and South London Railway. So yeah, the deep level tube railways of London began with the City and South London Railway and they gradually grew in numbers. The next line that was built after the City and South London Railway was the Waterloo and City Railway, which later became the Waterloo and City Line. The Waterloo and City Line for the longest time was owned by the London and South Western Railway, then whose terminus was of course at Waterloo. Then it was owned by the Southern Railway and then BR. The Waterloo and City Line didn't actually officially become part of Transport for London and thus the London Underground until 1994. But for all intents and purposes, the Waterloo and City Line was the second deep level underground railway in London after the City and South London Railway. Became known as the Drain, the Waterloo and City Railway. You know, because it went under the Thames, basically drained commuters out of the City of London at the end of the day when they were all going home. You stories where it ended up making no sense? Nice. So yeah, the Waterloo and City Railway was the next one. Owned by the London and South Western Railway. So yeah, that was one of the nicknames of it, the Drain. Between Waterloo and Bank. Oh yeah, and whereas most electric railways use either overhead wires or a three-rail system, electrified at 750 volts, most of the London Underground uses the four-rail system, electrified at 630 volts. So the reason it has four rails, the electric system on the London Underground, is there's one positive rail where the trains pick up the electric current, and then there's a negative rail where the electric current is sent back into. And the reason they use a four-rail system as opposed to a third-rail system, I think it's to reduce corrosion. So I think on the third rail network of the Southern Railways lines, the electricity was sent back into the running rails, the rails that the wheels travel on, as opposed to the third rail. But I think they use the four-rail system to reduce corrosion. But obviously the third rail system is a little bit simpler. All of our dream where he gets married. Oh god. So yes, the Waterloo and City Railway for the longest time was owned by the London and South Western Railway, then the Southern Railway, and then British Rail. It didn't as I said, it didn't officially become part of London Transport until the 1st of April 1994. And no, that was not an April Fool's joke. So the London and South Western Railway for a very long time wanted to have a terminus in the City of London itself, but of course this wasn't possible because of the rules for building overground railways in London. So in the end, they decided to build a short shuttle tube railway using the same construction techniques that the City and South London Railway had used to reach the City of London at Bank. So use the Great Head Shield tunnelling technique. Oh, here's one of the shunting locomotives that was used to shunt the coaches on the Waterloo and City Railway. Oh, and this Armstrong lift was used to lift the City and South, the Waterloo and City Railway's coaches up and down. And I think the Waterloo and City Railway was actually one of the first railways in the world to use multiple units instead of locomotives. That looks like a multiple unit train to me as opposed to a loco-hauled one. So the Waterloo and City Railway opened to the public at 8 a.m. on Monday the 8th of August 1898. Fares were set at 2p and there was only one class. You want an electric shunters like that? That would be cool. Running to capacity at business peaks, known as the rush. No doubt that's how rush hour came about. And when the Waterloo and City line was under Southern Railway / British Rail ownership, these were the trains that were used on it, the 1940 stock. So these would have been 5-car units that ran up and down the Waterloo and City line. W2, yes. So even though they look like underground trains, even though they look like London Underground trains, and you'd be forgiven for thinking they actually were London Underground trains, you can clearly see they're in the Network South East livery as opposed to the London Underground red, white and blue. So yes, it wasn't until 1994 that the Waterloo and City line officially became part of the London Underground. So yeah, these Waterloo and City Railway electric units were some of the first multiple units ever built. See, the first EMU designed to be used on a deep-level tube railway. 2 driving motors sandwiching a pair of unpowered trailer vehicles. Some of the first multiple units ever used. And the 1992 stock, that's also used on the Central line, replaced the 1940 stock when the Waterloo and City line came under London Underground ownership in 1994. So 4-car versions of the 1992 stock the Waterloo and City Line uses. See, they were unpainted at first. Look, the Drain, it was known as. Very flattering nickname. On Saturdays, only 2 motor cars of the 1940 stock were used, with the 3 trailer cars only being used on during weekdays. Waterloo and City Line stock on test in 1940. Solo motor coach awaiting departure. Or sometimes only around with 1 coach. So yeah, the 1940 stock was obviously highly configurable. Different train lengths able to be used. So yeah, Waterloo and City Line. Officially the second ever deep level underground railway in the capital. Probably in the world as well. Well, no, because the Glasgow subway had opened 2 years before the Waterloo and City Line. But second ever deep level underground railway in the capital, the Waterloo and City Line. But not officially part of TfL, and thus the wider London Underground network, until 1994. And then the next line that opened was the Central Line, originally known as the Central London Railway. Of course, the Central Line's marked in red. So the Central London Railway, the first section of what we now know as the Central Line, opened in 1900 between Shepherd's Bush and Bank. Bank was like the Central London hub. Running all the way along this very straight route. Basically underneath this very straight road. Holland Park Avenue, Bayswater Road, Oxford Street, Holborn, all the way to Bank. And in later years it would extend out to Liverpool Street, and out to Wood Lane and White City, and beyond. Oh, and some underground lines, believe it or not, guys, some underground lines actually extend well beyond the Greater London area, with the Central Line nowadays, of course, going all the way out to Epping. In fact, it went all the way out to Ongar at one point, but I think we'll talk about that in a bit more detail in a bit. But of course, the furthest most outposts of the Underground are at Chesham and Amersham. Yeah, the Metropolitan Railway didn't see itself as a proper underground line. It saw itself as a separate railway company that just so happened to run underground, which is why for the longest time, the Metropolitan Railway ran trains as far out as Aylesbury, Quainton Road. As I said, they owned the Brill Tramway. And they even went as far out as Verney Junction near Milton Keynes. Can you believe that, guys? Can you believe that, guys? The London Underground going all the way as far out as Milton Keynes. Or at least around that area. Out near Bicester. Can you believe that, guys? Verney Junction's like halfway to Birmingham. Well, almost halfway to Birmingham. Goes to show the reach of the underground, exactly. Yeah, the Metropolitan Railway. Yeah, I heard that too, James. But then again, John Murray and Jacob, the Metropolitan Railway for the longest time never really saw itself as part of the London Underground. They saw themselves as a separate railway company, like all the other overground lines that just so happened to run underground, which is why they ran so many services. Believe it or not, Jacob and John Murray, the Metropolitan Railway even ran a few Pullman services. Can you honestly believe that? Pullman services on the London Underground. Yeah, Galata, this was one of the Pullman coaches the Metropolitan Railway used. 1909 Pullman with a bar and there was a bar in this coach and everything. I guess, James. Yes, really, John Murray. Luxury Pullman coaches on the London Underground. Goes to show how many posh commuters relied on the likes of the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway. Predator supporter. God. Stream's going quickly tonight. We're already over 2 hours in. So yes, Pullman coaches on what was basically the London Underground. So yeah, the lines we've talked about so far, the Metropolitan line, or at least what became of each line, or at least the lines as we know them today. So far we've talked about the Metropolitan line, the District line, Circle line, Northern line, Waterloo and City line, and the Central line. Oh, and it's also worth noting that the lines that the Metropolitan Railway built out to Hammersmith and Barking, for the longest time, the Metropolitan line did run those lines, and it wasn't until 1990... Oh yes, it was strange, but incredible, train guy. So as I was saying, guys, so the lines of the Metropolitan Railway and later the Metropolitan line ran between Hammersmith through their tunnels out to Barking. For the longest time, that was part of the Metropolitan line, and it wasn't until 1990 that the line between Hammersmith and Barking became its own separate line, becoming the Hammersmith and City line. And because the Hammersmith and City line ran through the original Paddington Bishop's Road Station, where the original Metropolitan Railway started from, that, in a very technical sense, means that the Hammersmith and City line was the very first line on the London Underground. People say it was the Metropolitan line, but in a very, very technical sense, it was the Hammersmith and City line that was the first ever underground line. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to click on the TfL website. But yeah, it's good to know that the Hammersmith and City line's currently running to a good service. You know what, sod it. Let's have a look at what's happening on each underground line right now. So we've got minor delays on the entire central line due to train cancellations. Or we've got severe delays on the Metropolitan line at the moment. Fire alert at Great Portland Street! Oh my god! What's happened there? No, not tonight, Center Space. Minor delays between South Harrow and Uxbridge on the Piccadilly line while we fix a faulty train. Jesus, though, fire alert at Great Portland Street. Good service on all other lines? Alright. I just assumed that the Hammersmith and City and the Circle lines would also be affected as they too run through Great Portland Street, but obviously not. You've been on the Underground twice? Oh, and there'll be a planned closure on the Northern Line from Monday, 12th of January, Thursday, 31st of May, on Monday and Thursday evenings, including bank holidays. No service between Kennington and Camden Town via Bank after 10 o'clock. I wonder why that is. What's this, James? Fireman Sam better come! Oh, yeah, I was mentioning the...
So that basically means that A. Smith has been saying all this sexual stuff to...
Yeah, we won't watch this now. No, not tonight. Solar Space. Yeah, it could be arson, maybe, I don't know. So yeah, welcome back, Electro. So far... So as I did mention that the Metropolitan Railway built lines out to Hammersmith... So far, we've talked about the Metropolitan line, the District line, the Circle line, the Hammersmith and City line, the Northern line, the Waterloo and City line, and now we're talking about the Central line. But first, though, Electro, so I know you assumed for the longest time that... the London... Underground, the deep level lines were pneumatic atmospheric railways as opposed to electric powered. And as I did tell you, Electro, this system of underground railway propulsion was trialled on the Crystal Palace pneumatic railway. Right, in a minute. Turns out A. Smith has been having some predatory behaviour, Electro, but let's not talk about that tonight. Right, alright, so anyone who wants to join my Discord server, here it is. So as I was saying, Electro, so the pneumatic atmospheric railway system that you assume the London Underground Railway used was actually trialled in the past on the Crystal Palace Pneumatic Railway, designed by Thomas Webster Rammell, who had previously built a pneumatic railway for the London Pneumatic Dispatch Company. It was only a short demonstration line, Electro. It was only 600 yards long, built to broad gauge, so I assume 7 foot. So the pneumatic system did work for a short 600-yard underground railway, for a short 600-yard demonstration railway. But as I said, Electro, there was still the problem of the compressed air leaking continuously through the tunnel lining, so it couldn't be used as a practical propulsion system on the actual London Underground. Oh, you already knew the Underground was electric? Yeah, I did tell you. And as I said, the wind that causes the wind that picks up as the deep level underground trains approach is the result of them pushing the air in the tunnels into the stations. So it's unclear what became of this atmospheric railway. So 550 meters, Electro, about half a kilometer. So yes, the pneumatic railway system was trialled, but it was never put into widespread use, into practical use on the London Underground, because it was so flawed. Various pneumatic railways have been trialled over the years, Electro, but none of them worked out. But once again, Electro, I do understand why you thought the London Underground system was a pneumatic railway for the longest time, because of the wind that picks up when the trains approach. And I think most people would have assumed that, given, well, not most people, but some people would assume that, given the amount of wind that picks up. Oh, you knew long before I met you? Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, we'll have to see, Martin. But yes, the pneumatic railway concept that you've suggested before has actually been trialled in the past, but it failed, basically. See, I wanted to briefly tell you about that, Electro. And it was proposed for the Metropolitan Railway before it opened, but it never came to be. Oh, sorry, you're right, no, maybe it wasn't for the longest time. Anyway, so after the City and South London Railway and the Waterloo and City Railway opened their deep-level lines, the next deep-level underground line to open was the Central London Railway, which later became known as the Central Line. With its first line, as you can see marked in red, as I said, opening between Shepherd's Bush and Bank. And these, Central London Railway. So these were the locomotives that the Central London Railway used when it first opened. These dual-ended sloped cab locomotives that arrived in boxes and had to be assembled in London. One of these locomotives actually fell off the barge it was being transported on and had to be fished out of the river before it could be assembled. So yeah, as you can see, these are like twice the size of the City and South London Railway's electric locomotives. But yeah, what do you guys think of these, of the City and South London, of the Central London Railway's first electric locomotives? So this is a map of the Central London Railway before it became part of London Transport in 1933. So the original section between Shepherd's Bush and Bank. Then the 1908 extension to Wood Lane, 1912 extension to Liverpool Street, and then eventually the line was extended to Ealing Broadway in 1920. Tragic downfall of Jack Howell, yes. Still there, Electro? Marble Arch, Holland Park, British Museum, Chancery Lane. But then, shortly after the Central London Railway opened, along came a guy called Charles Tyson Yerkes. And he ended up buying the Charing Cross, Euston and Hampstead, Baker Street and Waterloo Railways, which would later become part of the Bakerloo line, and also the Great Northern Brompton and Piccadilly Railway, later becoming part of the Piccadilly line. So with all these private companies running separate railways underneath London, it was all a cluttery mess. You needed separate tickets for each of the company's railways, and it was just not very good. Everything would be so much easier. London's Underground Railway network would be so much easier to use if all these private companies were run as one coordinated railway network. And that's what Charles Tyson Yerkes intended to achieve in 1905. And to explain this a little bit further, and also talk about how the London Underground went from here, creating the famous map diagram that we now know today, created by none other than Harry Beck. I will now show you guys a two-part video by Jay Foreman, who I'm sure you guys have heard of. If you haven't subscribed to Jay Foreman yet, I highly recommend you do. He's hilarious, and he's going to tell us briefly about how the London Underground, all these private underground railway companies, all merged into a single underground railway corporation, and the map and the maps designed by various people, especially Harry Beck, that came after them. J. Foreman tube map. Here we are. Here we are. So this two-part video of Unfinished London by Jay Foreman, and then we'll watch part 2 in a minute.
The tube map is...
I don't think this will have any copyright problems with these two videos, as people have reacted to Jay Foreman's videos in the past without any issue, so it should be fine for me to show you guys these two Unfinished London episodes. So yeah, let's do it.
The tube map is an icon of London, just like Big Ben, the Tower of London, the London Eye, and Eminem's World. It's instantly recognisable to locals and tourists alike, known and loved and parodied all over the world. With a new version coming out every few months, some people are properly obsessed with the tube map, with vast collections, and can spot the subtlest of differences between different versions. Ugh, look at them. Massive bunch of nerds. But don't... Ugh, look
I
at them.
actually take the word nerd as a compliment, not an insult.
Bunch of nerds. But don't take this map for
Means you're
granted.
smart
This map very nearly looks very different.
topic.
And the London it's a map of might have looked very different as a result. So, what is the story behind this map?
Well, what is the story behind the map? Please tell us, Jay. Well, I already know.
In the mid-19th century, when
Oh yeah, back when the Metropolitan Railway first opened, the third-class passengers all had to ride in open trucks with benches, like a lot of the third-class passengers had to back in the back in the Victorian era. Not very humane at all.
In the mid-19th century, when privately run underground railway lines first started popping down all under London, the only map
Popping down all under London, I see.
In the mid-19th century, when privately run underground railway lines first started popping down all under London, the only maps of them available were the ones published by the private companies themselves, showing their own service in London. The only maps of them available were the ones
So that was the map of the Metropolitan Railway in like the 1930s. Hang on a second.
On underground railway lines first started popping down all under London, the only maps of them available were the ones published by the private companies themselves, showing their own services in clear bold and rival services, if they felt like it, in narrow, faint lines they didn't want you to notice.
Please ignore.
And rival services published by the private companies themselves, showing their own services in clear bold and rival services, if they felt like it, in narrow, faint lines they didn't want you to notice. Because rival companies were often competing for the same passengers, they very often went out of their way to be uncooperative. This circular route was operated by two rival companies who hated each other. The Metropolitan Railway ran trains clockwise, and the confusingly similarly named Metropolitan District Railway ran trains anti-clockwise. Long story. If you wanted to go just one stop but you bought your ticket from the wrong booth, you had to go the long way round the circle. And there were plenty more examples of uncooperative...
It's the same guy I've just noticed. Same guy doing all sorts of things. Tickets to Victoria. Metropolitan Railway running trains clockwise. Metropolitan District running trains anti-clockwise. Oh my, yeah, very uncooperative. Oh yeah, Aldersgate Station, not to be confused with Aldgate, is now known as Barbican.
Ran trains clockwise, and the confusingly similarly named Metropolitan District Railway ran trains anti-clockwise. Long story. If you wanted to go just one stop but you bought your ticket from the wrong booth, you had to go the long way round the circle. And there were plenty more examples of uncooperativeness where this came from. For example, if you wanted to change trains at Bank Station, you had to take the lift up to the street, cross the road, buy another ticket, and then take the lift all the way back down again.
So trains from the Central London Railway to the City and South London Railway, you had to have two separate tickets if you wanted. You had to have separate tickets if you wanted to use different lines back in the early 20th century.
If you wanted to change trains at Bank Station, you had to take the lift up to the street, cross the road, buy another ticket, and then take the lift all the way back down again. London's underground railways could have been so much more useful and attracted so many more passengers if they were all run together as a coordinated system. But it would take someone with a colossal bank account to make that happen. Fortunately for Londoners, in 1902 that someone came along in the form of ambitious American railway tycoon Charles Tyson Yerkes.
Sounds like Charles Tyson. Yerkes sounds like the noise you make when you vomit.
Someone with a colossal bank account to make that happen.
Tyson.
Fortunately for Londoners, in 1902 that someone came along in the form of ambitious American railway tycoon Charles Tyson Yerkes, who had a colossal bank account, a colossal moustache, and a wife called Gutteridge.
This is my wife. Go on, tell him your name.
Gutteridge.
Charles's very American idea was to run a railway network, a group of lines stretching in all directions across the city, where with one ticket you could start your journey on one line and end it on another. So he set up a company called Underground Electric Railways of London, or UERL for short, or UERL for shorter. Underground, start your journey on one line and end it on another. So he set up a company called Underground Electric Railways of London, or UERL for short, or UERL for shorter. With all the money he'd piled up, he went on an underground railway shopping spree, including 4 lines that hadn't even been finished yet. By November 1905, Charles Yerkes was the proud owner of the Charing Cross, Euston and Hampstead, Metropolitan District, Great Northern, Brompton and Piccadilly, Baker Street and Waterloo Railways. And by December 1905, he was dead. With the
So yeah, I see Charles Tyson Yerkes never got to properly see them.
Including 4 lines that hadn't even been finished yet. By November 1905,
Railway
Charles Yerkes was
network.
the proud owner of the Charing Cross, Euston and Hampstead Metropolitan District, Great Northern, Brompton and Piccadilly, Baker Street and Waterloo Railways. And by December 1905, he was dead. With the very shrewd move of dying, he avoided having to pay back any of the huge debts he'd built up. But his dream of creating an underground network in London had come true. The UERL was
But it wasn't around to
a
see.
properly integrated system with common
Baker Street and Waterloo Railway there?
ticketing and station buildings that looked really similar. And a proper network needed.
So the UIRL, they owned the District Railway, the Hampstead Railway, which became the Charing Cross branch of the Northern Line, the Hampstead Railway. The City and South London Railway was the Bank branch of the Northern Line. They owned the Central London Railway, the Bakerloo Line and the Piccadilly Line.
A proper map. Looked really similar. And a proper network needed a proper map.
So they owned 5 lines at first. Travel by UERL or else. That's a nice cheeky thing.
And so, in 1908, the UERL published this. The first map that showed all the underground lines in London mapped on one map, including the ones UERL didn't own.
The Bakerloo Line in brown. Northern Line in black. District Line in green. We're familiar with those colours, but some of these colours we're not familiar with. Like the Central Line in blue and the Piccadilly Line in yellow. And of course, the Metropolitan Line in red when we're familiar with it being magenta. Awesome poster? Yes, it is. It really is. And this line here is the Northern City Line, which nowadays is part of the national network.
It had some really handy innovations. Each line was given equal thickness, and each line was given a different colour. Features that are familiar to us today, even if the colours aren't too familiar. Given a different colour. Features that are familiar to us today, even if the colours aren't too familiar.
The Piccadilly line is yellow!
This complete map of the whole network was very useful, but it wasn't very easy to read. With all the tube lines and roads and landmarks and Army and Navy and auxiliary stores, it was a messy clutter with too much information and looked like a plate of spaghetti. The problem was, the task of creating a map of the whole network that was both useful and easy to read was a notoriously difficult one. Lots of companies at this time published their own maps of London's network, each with their own approaches, some of them bonkers. This one's my favourite, the Wonderground Map by Max Gill. Simultaneously incredibly detailed and incredibly completely useless. Mapping the entire system was only about to get even difficulter. By the early 20s, the London Underground had begun sprawling uncontrollably out in all directions into the distant suburbs. To help manage this growth, sprawling uncontrollably out in all directions into the distant suburbs. To help manage this growth, the UERL appointed a new head of publicity.
Oh, look, that's Jeff Marshall playing Frank Pick there.
The UERL appointed a new head of publicity into the distant suburbs. To help manage this growth, the UERL appointed a new head of publicity, Frank Pick. Pick was obsessed with the tube's corporate identity, the notion that the whole system should feel more togethery. It was Pick's idea for every station to have a roundel, the iconic logo with the red circle and blue line, and for every sign to use the same font with the perfectly round O's and the little diamonds for dots above the eyes, and to commission all those lovely posters that your middle-class friends have in their kitchens.
Those are lovely posters.
Most importantly, Pick wanted every leaflet and every poster on every train, on every platform, in every station to use the same map design. And so, in search of the perfect map, Pick turned to a designer named, altogether now, Frank Stingemore. Frank Stingemore's map from 1924 used the River Thames as a geographical reference and nothing else. No roads, no landmarks, no nothing. Just a plain beige background. With easiness of reading at the top of Stingemore's priority list, his map did something that was basically cheating. To fit all the detail in, Stingemore took the naughty shortcut of not bothering to draw the distant suburbs to scale. For example, these stations on what we now call the Northern Line were bunched dishonestly together in a totally fictional straight line. But the thing is, though, that's the thing. The thing is, this is the thing. The thing is, this didn't matter.
No, it didn't.
For passengers trying to get from station A to station B, this map still served its purpose perfectly well. Unless you were driving the train, why did you need to know the exact length or exact bendiness of each bit of track? Come to think of it, even if you're driving the train, you don't really need to know that either, do you? Frank Pick was very happy with Stingemore's map, and the public were happy with it too. Stingemore's innovation had shown that a map could still be useful even if the scale was distorted. And it was this concept that inspired another designer to do something even more radical. And his name was...
Harry Beck.
Is it Harry Beck?
It is.
It wasn't last time.
I think it's Harry
Should
Beck.
we say Harry Beck?
It's not
It
Harry
is
Beck.
I think it is this time.
Let's say
Harry Beck. Henry Charles Beck, known as Harry to his no friends, was
His
a
no
29-year-old
friends.
technical draftsman working at UERL.
That's
It was
J.J.
his job to
Abrams.
draw up diagrams of the tube's signalling systems.
Diagrams of the tube
And then it
signalling
wasn't his
systems.
job anymore when he got made redundant in 1931. Harry must have really missed his old job, because after leaving the UERL, he spent his spare time working on an extremely nerdy work-related project. He nerdily imagined what it would look like if all the stations on the London Underground were represented connected like in a circuit diagram. He'd seen strip maps of individual lines that totally ignored geography. How hard could it be to combine them all together? While Stingemore's approach was to be a little bit naughty with scale, Beck's approach was that scale could absolutely go itself.
Scale could absolutely go fuck itself. Yeah, well, that was honestly fair, to be honest.
Ignored geography.
That was fair.
How hard could it be to combine them all together? While Stingemore's approach was to be a little bit naughty with scale, Beck's approach was that scale could absolutely go itself. Harry drew the entire network using only straight lines that were vertical, horizontal, or at 45 degrees. Here's one of his rough drafts where he rubbed out lines and replaced them with straighter ones. When he 5 degrees. Here's one of his rough drafts where he rubbed out lines and replaced them with straighter ones. When he finally finished, it looked like this. An elegant, colourful design, with the stations in central London spaced evenly apart and the suburban stations bunched up close together. No opportunity was missed for symmetry, equal spacing, and parallelity. If you compare his design to a scale map, you can see just how not to scale and frankly mad it was. Designed to a scale map, you can see just how not to scale and
Look how far the Metropolitan line stretches out in terms of scale. Look, it goes, and look how far out Cockfosters is on the Piccadilly line, really. And look how far out Uxbridge is on the Metropolitan and Piccadilly lines, and how far the Metropolitan line went out, going out to Aylesbury, Quainton Road, Brill, and Verney Junction. And look how far out the District line goes, all the way out to Upminster. And branch to Romford. And even the Bakerloo line went out really far as well. Nowadays, the Bakerloo line terminates... The Bakerloo line's northern terminus is Harrow and Wealdstone, but... Back in the day, the Bakerloo line went all the way to Watford Junction, if you can
mad
believe
it was. Harry's scale map, you can see just how not to scale it.
Look, you can see the Bakerloo line used to go all the way to Watford Junction. Oh, and the Metropolitan line originally built the branch to Stanmore, which now, of course, is part of the Jubilee line, but we'll get to the Jubilee line in a bit. Oh, yes, and before, the Piccadilly line terminated at Hounslow West. This was before the extension to Heathrow Airport opened, because Heathrow Airport didn't exist in the 30s. Oh, and apparently Enfield West, Oakwood used to be called Enfield West, apparently. See, and even though the Metropolitan line shows to only go as far as Rickmansworth, it did go beyond to Aylesbury, Quainton Road, Brill, Verney Junction, etc.
Mad it was.
Ooh.
Harry's so-called journey planner was not a map, it was a diagram. But for the very specific job it was trying to do,
there's
a
another guy
diagram
who
was not to scale and frankly mad it was. Harry's so-called journey planner was not a map, it was a diagram.
That's all right, Michael.
But for the very specific job it was trying to do, a diagram was better than a map. By totally ignoring the concept of scale, he was able not only to fit all the stations in, but to make it much easier to read than Stingemore's map. It also gave the impression of a cohesive, comprehensive, coordinated, connected system. It also looked awesome.
Yes, it did.
Harry was very pleased with himself.
And
A
rightfully
thought
so.
occurred to him. This should be the official map for London transport.
Yes, it
Frank
should.
Pick is going to love this.
Or is
And so,
he?
later in 1931, Harry marched back into the offices of the UERL, which was now called London Transport, to show his
London
diagram to
Transport
Frank Pick.
came out in
Offices of the
1933,
UERL,
actually, not
which was
quite,
now called London
1931.
Transport, to show his diagram to Frank Pick. But Harry was wrong. Frank Pick didn't love Harry's map at all. Pick refused to publish Beck's map on the grounds that it was inaccurate and that
It's
the public...
supposed to be inaccurate,
Pick
though.
refused to publish Beck's map on the grounds that it was inaccurate and that the public wouldn't understand it. There was indeed a disadvantage to the scale-free approach. Some stations looked much further apart than they really were, which might
Yeah,
make
okay,
tourists
that's a
crowd
fair
onto the
point.
tube for needless journeys. such as Queen's Road to Bayswater, which you can easily do on foot in 19.19
Queen's Road is
seconds.
now called Queen's Way.
But Harry Beck was convinced that his
There's
design
Jeff
was the
Marshall
future
and
of the
Jago
London
Hazard, who's
Underground,
playing-
and tried several
Jago
times. But Harry
Hazard's
Beck was
playing Harry
convinced
Beck
that
in
his
this video,
design
and
was
Jeff
the
Marshall's
future of the
playing
London
Frank
Underground,
Pick.
and tried several times to
Haircut.
persuade Frank Pick.
He's on the Lightning McQueen kitty ride. Oh my god. Strange pose that Frank Pick always
Eventually,
did.
Frank Pick gave in and agreed that if Harry Beck agreed to leave him alone, he'd agree to print a very limited trial run. A small handful of copies were printed and sent to a small handful of stations, with an apologetic cover saying,
A new design for an old map. We should welcome your comments.
To the surprise of Pick and the I told you so of Beck, the comments they welcomed were overwhelmingly positive.
And rightfully so.
The public seemed to have no trouble understanding Beck's concept. They blooming loved it. In 1933,
Good.
Harry Beck's diagram officially...
Oh yeah, the East London line, which is now part of the London Overground, which you see over there, that was also used to be part of the Metropolitan line, and like the Hammersmith City line, the East London line didn't become its own separate line until 1990, I believe. Is everyone
The
still there?
public seemed to have no trouble understanding Beck's concept. They blooming loved it. In 1933, Harry Beck's diagram officially replaced Frank Stingemore's map as the standard journey planner, used on all leaflets and all posters across the London Underground.
Look how
Harry
happy
Beck
he
had
is.
done it. But little did he know, things were about to go very, very wrong for him. Want to find out more? Stay exactly where you are and wait for the next dose of Unfinished London.
Yeah, the next bit of the video is just a sponsor segment, so we'll skip straight on to part 2 now.
This is Harry Beck, and this is the map of the London Underground he designed in 1931, with the central London station spread
that's
out and the
interesting,
distant
James.
suburban stations
And what was
squished
the
together in
final one?
1931, with the central Harry Beck.
Was
and
it
this
really
is the map
useful
of the London
engines?
Underground he designed in 1931, with the central London station spread out and the distant suburban stations squished together, making it easier to read and prettier to look at than any map of the network that had come before.
Not remote.
If you want to hear
scale.
that sentence again, but with enough extra detail that it takes about 9 minutes, go back and watch part 1. But if you've already seen part 1, or you're a busy executive,
have
or
already
you
seen
correctly
part
assume that
1.
you don't need to see part 1 to understand part 2, then here comes part 2, in which we discuss the impact Harry Beck's map has had over the decades, and whether or not in recent years the map has become a bit rubbish.
No, it is not rubbish at all. Harry Beck's design for the map still absolutely works to this day.
The tube map, as it came to be known...
Oh,
came
side note, guys, I do love the Unfinished London logo, where the N in London, the second N, is quite literally unfinished. That's intentional. Just signify that it's unfinished. I see,
The tube
James.
map, as it came to be known, came to define London and change the way Londoners see their own city.
You need to top up your Oyster card, mate.
Even if you weren't travelling by underground, the tube map was a useful way to familiarise and orient yourself.
What part of London are you in?
Chalk Farm?
On the Northern Line?
Yeah, you?
Wood Green?
Piccadilly line?
That's right. So where should we do drinks? King's Cross or Leicester Square? Hey, are you up for that drink? Hey, how's it going in Chalk Farm? Hey, you know what, Doc, you're not even fit.
Perhaps more impressively, Beck's map didn't just change the way people see London, it actually literally changed London.
Have you, just like this century, reached your mid-30s? Then it's time to settle for suburbia. This patch of Middlesex countryside is fast becoming part of the London suburbs, thanks to the hard work of these handsome builders. Oh, yes. These estates of convenience, thanks to the hard work of these handsome builders.
Right, is obviously gay.
Oh, yes.
Sorry,
These
shirtless.
estates of
One of them
convenience,
shirtless,
thanks to the
those
hard work
builders.
of these handsome builders.
He is gay.
Oh, yes.
Well,
These estates
well,
are
he looks
conveniently
shirtless.
served by new stations in Southcote, Oakwood, and Fosters.
Cockfosters. Get it? Cockfosters. Okay, awesome, Jacob. We're now talking about Harry Beck's underground map. And the influence it had on the newly formed London transport system.
There they are on the tube map. See? They can't be that far from central London, now can they?
Except they are very far from central
£535
London.
is rather a lot to
Well,
pay for a semi-detached house, but it's worth it for the portable
basically
fireplace
not
and fold-out whiskey warmer. So, become a suburbanite, and you can tell your friends and yourself that you still live in London. If it's on the tube map, it counts as London, God save the King.
Now a lot of people would assume that if somewhere is on the underground map, then it counts as London. That's not strictly true, though, because the Metropolitan line, for example, goes out to Watford, but Watford, even when Greater London was established in 1965, Watford was never included as part of Greater London. It was still like a proper town in its own right. So, no, not necessarily that if it's on the tube map it counts as London. Because the furthest, even today, some of the furthest outreaches of the Underground aren't actually in London itself. Much of the northwestern part of, in fact, no, some of the northwestern part of the Metropolitan line is, isn't in Greater London.
And yourself that you
Even
still
today,
live in London.
even after services were cut back to Amersham and no longer went to Aylesbury and
It's on the
beyond.
tube map, it counts as London, God save the King.
Harry Beck's tube map had been such a
Oh, nice,
rousing
James.
success in London that he thought he'd have a go at some other cities. Here's his version of Sydney's rail network.
That looks good.
To which their response was,
Oh, that's a bloody ripper. Thanks, fella.
although curiously, Harry received no credit for this work, despite the garishly obvious similarities
Look, they even use a roundel with a cross. Sydney Underground Railway map.
between the two designs. And then he had a go at the Paris Metro, to which their response was,
Absolument impossible.
The subtitles here aren't actually what Tim Dunn here is saying in French. He's actually saying, absolutely not, it's impossible! The idea of a smelly Frenchman designing the map of our glorious Paris Metro map, it's unthinkable! Are you out of your mind? Well, it's something like that, but not what the subtitles are saying.
designs. And then he had a go at the Paris Metro, to which their response was,
Absolument pas, c'est pas possible. L'idée même qu'un salle anglais dessine le plan de notre cher métro parisien, ça va pas la tête, non?
But Harry
Kisses
needn't have
the
worried.
Paris
London was keeping him more than busy enough. Over the decades, Harry designed dozens and dozens of different tube maps, making constant adjustments, experimenting with the spacing, angles, line thickness, and connections in an obsessive effort to get his
So yeah,
map
as I said earlier, the Circle Line didn't officially become its own separate line, shown in yellow on the tube map, until
Harry designed
1949.
dozens and dozens of different tube maps, making constant adjustments. Over the decades, Harry designed dozens and dozens of different.
Yeah, I believe the Central Line was planned to extend beyond Liverpool Street, all the way out into Essex in 1937. But the war put a stop to that, and many more extensions on parts of the London Underground network until after the war.
Tube maps, making constant adjustments, experimenting with the spacing,
Awesome, James.
angles, line thickness,
Still
and
there?
connections in an obsessive
Still there,
effort to
Jacob?
get adjustments,
JCB?
experimenting with the spacing, angles, line thickness, and connections. Different tube maps, making constant adjustments, experimenting with the
Also in City Line, shown on there.
spacing.
So the Circle Line shown in yellow, even though it first appeared on the tube map in yellow, as I said, in 1949.
Angles, line thickness, and connections in an obsessive effort to get his map just right. The Northern Line in particular drove him nuts. He drew piles of rough sketches, trying lots of different ways to show the complicated service patterns around Euston, Camden Town, and Mornington Crescent.
Those days it was even more complicated than it is now because Warren Cohen was only served by higher Barnet trains. Yes, that was insane.
While Harry Beck was very good at designing tube maps, he was pretty rubbish at business.
Exactly.
Harry was never rehired by London Transport. He was technically just a freelancer. For his first design, he was paid the paltry sum of 5 guineas, which in today's money is about £5.25.
Actually, it's a bit more than that, but that was the equivalent back in the 1930s.
And he wasn't paid much more for any of his other designs.
£3, £1, 37p a ham sandwich. Oh, God. Oh, dearie me.
Worse still, despite the tube map's extremely wide distribution, Harry was never paid any royalties.
Ridiculous.
No contract of any kind had ever been signed. There was an unofficial, unwritten understanding that any time London Transport needed an update to their map, Harry Beck would do it for them. And this arrangement worked fine for both sides until 1960. For the first time in 54 years, the construction of an entirely brand new underground line was announced. The Victoria Line was on its way, and to make room for it, the tube map would need a complete rejigging. This was a dream come true project for Harry Beck, but unfortunately, there was a new man in charge.
Oh dear.
To help launch the Victoria Line, London Transport brought in a new head of publicity, the relatively young and relatively inexperienced Harold Hutchinson.
He's using a kid to
Hutchinson didn't like
show
the
how
unofficial
young he
arrangement
was
London
back
Transport
then.
had with Harry Beck. Actually, to put it more accurately, he didn't like Harry.
Ooh, that's
I
personal.
consider Harry Beck.
He's got a Thomas poster and I've got the engine poster.
And not
Hutchinson split with a backwards
so in order to
S.
get control of our map back from him, I'm going to redesign the tube map with the Victoria Line update all by myself. How hard can it be?
In 1960, the updated map with a cover proudly boasting
Just wait till
London's
you
famous
see
map
how
has been
rubbish
given
this
a
new Harold Hutchinson's
was
map
printed and
was.
sent to every station on
Just
the network.
look how rubbish it was. So rubbish it shits in your face, apparently. And there it is. Look at how wonky and jagged it is. Oh my god.
There is just so much to hate about this map. Why is it so jagged and pointy? Look at the mess in this bit.
It is a mess.
Aldgate into Aldgate. Ugh. Trafalgar Square, Liverpool Why are some but not all stations in block capitals? Look at the Victoria Line. It's such an obviously crammed in afterthought. That's not how you do a tube map.
No, it is not. I mean, look at that rubbish. Jesus. Oh yeah, you'll also notice that the colours of the Piccadilly and Victoria lines were basically swapped over, with the Piccadilly line becoming navy blue and the Victoria line becoming light blue.
When Beck saw the map, he was horrified. Not only because it was such a terrible job, but because it had been done behind his back. Hoping to put things right, Harry sent a polite letter to London Transport's former head of publicity, Christian Barman. Fascinatingly, all the letters back and forth between Beck and Barman have survived in the archives, but they're very long, so to summarise... Dear Mr. Barman, sorry to cause a fuss, but I thought we had an agreement that I designed your tube maps. Dear Mr. Beck, no we didn't. Dear Mr. Barman, but I spent ages working on a new design for the Victoria Line, do you want it? That's how you add a new line to a tube map. Look at how simple and friendly it is. That's how good Harry Beck was. He makes it look so easy. And you know what? It takes looking at this one side by side with the really rubbish one to see how easy it wasn't.
Exactly. Very simple and friendly, jagged, pointed and
you know what? It takes looking at this one side by side with the really...
Look at it. Look at how wonky it is. Why are there so many unnecessary angles on it? Oh yeah, and as you can see here, East London line, same colour as the Metropolitan line, and the line out to Hammersmith, same colour as the rest of the Metropolitan line. You can, as I said earlier, the Hammersmith and City line and the East London line all used to be part of the Metropolitan line, which is why the Hammersmith and City line and the East London line didn't officially appear on the map until 1990.
Really rubbish one to see how easy it wasn't. But this design, arguably Harry Beck's finest work, was never used. London Transport had made their mind up. Dear Mr. Beck, we've taken your criticism on board and replaced Mr. Hutchinson's
32nd of September. Stupid
Victoria line. Do you want it? Dear Mr. But I thought we had an agreement that I designed your tube maps. Dear Mr. Beck.
14th
no, we
May
didn't.
1960.
That's how you add a new line to a tube. Easy. But this is lined up.
Look, the dated Christian Barman's letters back to Harry Beck all have stupid dates here. 32nd of September.
Dear Mr. Beck, we've taken your criticism on board and replaced Mr. Hutchinson's design with a map that's much more like yours. Dear, taken your criticism on board and replaced Mr. Hutchinson's design with a map that's much more like yours.
Oh yeah, it is much more like his. That's closer to the map we're in today.
Dear Mr. Barman, that's nice. Can I have my money now, please? Dear Mr. Beck, no.
2nd of January-ish. What kind of month is January-ish? No. Dear Mr. Beck, no.
My map. No, it isn't.
108th of April. What?
Yes, it is. No, it is.
10th of December 1962 and a half. What? Jesus.
Is it? Yes, it is. No, it is.
10th of June and July 1963. Sorry, what?
Is it? Yes, it. This went on for 5 years. Beck claimed the 45-degree angles were his idea. London Transport claimed you can't copyright the idea of 45-degree angles. 45-degree angles have been around since the 1590s. In the end, Harry never did get round to suing London Transport. In 1965, both he and his wife had had enough stress and gave up fighting. London Transport removed Harry Beck's credit from all their maps, and any trace of his involvement disappeared.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the decades of hard work I gave you. You are the ungrateful corporation to my lifetime of loyal
Glasses as
service.
well.
Sadly, Harry Beck would never design a tube map for London Transport again. Sadlier, Harry Beck continued designing tube maps that he knew London Transport would never use for the amusement
40th of October 1967. Oh my god. Here, what about oh, I know. What about the 97th of Spyrovember 1975? Oh, I don't know, Spyro. Yeah, Spyro's just down here monitoring the chat. Oh, the 59th of Temury, 1983. Alright, I'll stop.
Self. Rejected by London Transport, Harry moved out of London to spend his old age in Hampshire. And in 1974, at the age of 72 and 7/25, Harry Beck died in relative obscurity.
Oops, his glasses are poking out. Henry Charles Beck, 4th of June 1902 to 18th of September 1974. Dead. Well, no shit, he's dead.
For decades after his death, the name Harry Beck was largely forgotten. The hero who designed the tube map and had an immeasurably huge impact on London was known only to massive tube nerds. But that started to change in 2001. On the 70th anniversary of Beck's original diagram, the fan decided to restore Harry's credit to the tube map. And since then, every poster...
I think Harry Beck's credit was actually restored in 1997,
Harry Beck superfan decided to restore Harry's credit to the tube map. And since then, every poster features Harry Beck's name in the bottom right corner where it belongs.
1931
Dozens
by
of
Harry
plaques
Beck.
have appeared in the houses and stations where Harry Beck used to live and get the train. And in
A plaque has even appeared on Harry Beck's former
2006,
house.
the British public voted Harry Beck's tube map as their second favourite British design of the 20th century. The winner was Concorde, by the way, but where's Concorde now? Dead, that's where. Beck's map has gone on to be so influential, it's hard to imagine quite how mad and brave and clever it must have looked in 1933. The impact of his design has reached far beyond London. Pretty much every city in the world with any kind of transport network has a map with a colourful, schematic, non-geographic diagram that wouldn't exist without Harry Beck.
Exactly.
With the notable exception of the New York subway, which insists on being as baffling and ugly as possible. So London can take pride in having got there first and shown the rest of the world how it's done. But in the last 90 years, London's tube map has become a lot busier.
Yes.
As well as new lines and stations appearing, our tube map has been gradually filling up with stuff that's not the tube. The Docklands Light Railway, the Tramlink, the Elizabeth Line, Thameslink, and in my opinion, most distractingly, the Overground, a series of mostly unconnected suburban lines, every single one of which is shown in the same shade of stripy orange. Hashtag split the Overground into different colours and names to make it easier to read on the map and less confusing for tourists and commuters alike, especially when it comes to temporary closures and delays.
And that's now been done. All the overground lines are now split into different names to make it easier to understand.
And that's not mentioning the river services, cable car, walking routes, IKEA stores, accessibility information, or fare zones. With all these additions, the modern tube map has become an untidy clutter. Good design standards seem to have dropped lately. The tube map has become an untidy clutter lately, with many of the decisions appearing
accessible. Big Brobby circle, which looks exactly like an interchange. And to stand out on the map.
Almost provocatively incompetent. And with
everything. Absolute state of Thameslink. They've done this badly on purpose. Thameslink's the only service on the map that TfL doesn't own. Long story why it's here in the first place. Make it look like a ball. I can encourage passengers to take the tube instead. Oh, God. Well, it's not a ball ache, it's actually very quick.
Send Harry Beck rotating 40th lately, with many of the decisions appearing almost provocatively incompetent.
See, look, it's really not that long at all between Blackfriars and City Thameslink. It's actually very close
And would
together,
send Harry Beck
Blackfriars and City Thameslink. Share the same track and platform, why is they shown here? When elsewhere on the map the same sort of thing is shown with much less faff.
Rotating 45 degrees in his grave.
Send Harry Beck rotating 45 degrees in his grave. Oh, God. Horribly cramped. Geographically accurate. Laziness. Oh, dear.
Is the problem simply that the job is undoable? With more than twice as many stations since Beck's original design 90 years ago, has the network become too crowded to stick to Beck's...
It's alright, Electro. We've been talking about Harry Beck's underground map design now. And how he went from a guy... And how he convinced Frank Stingemore to make his map the standard design for the underground maps.
Principles of simplicity. Has London's transport network grown too large for a map of it to be both useful and beautiful? No!
The internet has no shortage of stunning, elegant, easy-to-read alternative solutions, supplied on a near-constant basis by eager tube map enthusiasts just like
Sorry if I got you a bit stressed earlier with asking about,
The internet has no shortage of stunning, elegant, easy-to-read alternative solutions, supplied on a near-constant basis by eager tube map enthusiasts just like Harry Beck. Quite why TfL doesn't have the decency to even steal from them, let alone employ one of them as their designers, especially this one, is beyond me.
Slightly controversial, but perhaps the tube map would do its job better if some information were removed from it. Yeah. Do we need the trams? Do we need the river? No. Do we need the fare zones? Do we need the accessibility information?
We do need it.
To be quite blobby.
Perhaps the question we should be asking is, do we still need the tube map at all?
Yes, we
These
do!
days, you're more likely to plan your journey with an app than a map. So why does it matter if the map is a clutter?
It matters because the tube map is so much more than just a useful journey planner. It represents London in every interpretation of that word. For visitors, it's the first thing you look at when you want to familiarise
present
yourself
for
with the
him.
city.
Oh yeah, you
For
were
Londoners,
that's
it's
why
the way
you
the
left.
city
You were
looks in our
working on
brains.
that drawing
It
of
creates
Mew.
order out of chaos, simplicity out of complexity. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say the
Simplicity out
tube
of
map is the
complexity.
closest thing London has to a flag.
Exactly.
Staring at the tube map should make you want to jump on a train and go exploring.
Exactly.
And if it's well designed,
and that's what I wanted to
cared
do
about
at some
and done
point.
properly,
At some point, I planned for me and my dad to go to the furthest reaches of the underground,
the tube
but
map is the
that
closest thing
plan
London
never
has
really
to a flag.
materialised.
Staring at the tube map should make you want to jump on a train and go exploring. And if it's well designed, cared about and done properly, that's exactly what it will continue to do for generations.
Yes, it will.
This definitely could have been a Map Men episode.
Oh yeah, that's one of his other series, Map Men. This is Unfinished London. Yeah, we won't watch this bit, that's just a sponsor segment. So before you left Electro, I wanted to know what you think of the Central London Railway's bulky and hugely sloped dual cab electric locomotives. Central London Railway later was what we know nowadays as the Central Line. I think this photo was taken on the opening day of the Central London Railway, July 30th, 1900. Exploring. I want to jump on a train and go exploring. And I'm just wondering myself where Neon is. He hasn't responded to me all day. It is a strange looking locomotive, isn't it? Trial to Queen's Road in March 1900. But these electric locomotives were replaced only 3 years later in 1903 by multiple units. Still there, Electro? Or are you doing the finishing touches to that artwork? Why am I still doing this? District Railway. Still our Electro? It's one of the early electric locomotives, as I said, the Metropolitan Railway locomotive in 1902. 150 years of the district line. Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you're doing the painting. Nice. So Electro, what do you think of these weird-looking electric locomotives that ran what's now the Central Line when it first opened? When is a train guy still there?
The first part of the underground.
Gordon drunk the night before his birthday. God. So here's the full exact history of how the London Underground evolved.
The first part.
So if you want to know exactly how the London Underground evolved and which lines opened when, which parts of it opened when, this video by Jeff Marshall will tell you exactly when each part of the Underground opened.
The first part of the Underground opened on the 10th of January.
This shouldn't be copyright sensitive, but we'll see though. This shouldn't be copyright sensitive, but we'll see. Swimming cartoon women who's a human, Jesus.
The first part of the Underground opened on the 10th of January 1863, with the Metropolitan Railway Company opening 7 stations between Paddington and Farringdon. They soon expanded, heading west and south down to Hammersmith and then Kensington, and then the Farringdon terminus was extended east to Moorgate in the city. In 1868, the Metropolitan Railway then extended north for the first time with the line from Baker Street to Swiss Cottage. But at the same time, a competing railway company, the Metropolitan District Company, built their first line between South Kensington and Westminster. The district then went west down to West Brompton and east to Blackfriars until Earls Court Station opened in 1871 and the district linked up with the Metropolitan at Hyde Street, Kensington. Hammersmith Station on the District Line followed, and what would become the Circle Line later to the east had now made its way to Aldgate and Mansion House. The Underground then came to Richmond in 1877, with both the Metropolitan and District Railway companies running services over a new line to this existing station. In 1878, the District Line extended to Ealing Broadway, whilst the Metropolitan was also expanding and by 1880 had now reached Harrow, the same year that the District Line had extended south down to Putney.
Yeah, the Paddington Bear was named after Paddington
was also
Station.
expanding and by 1880 had now reached Harrow, the same year that the District Line had extended south down to Putney. In 1883, the circle was becoming closer to completion with the extension of the Metropolitan round to Tower Hill, with the district now going west down to Hounslow. The next year, 1884, brought the completion of what would become the Circle Line, with the two separate companies finally meeting at Mansion House.
The Circle and Hammersmith City lines are formed from tracks laid by the Metropolitan and District Railway companies. And so was the East London line, which of course is now part of the Overground. Yeah, the Circle and the Hammersmith City lines.
The District Railway, though, continued building out eastwards to Whitechapel, whilst the Metropolitan Railway built the East London line down to New Cross.
Yeah. The yellow of the Circle line did not appear on the map until 1949, that's what I said, and the pink colour of the H&C of the Hammersmith City didn't appear until 1990, as I said.
The Metropolitan line extended next, going to Pinner, Rickmansworth, before finally reaching Chesham in 1889, the same year that the District Line made it down to Wimbledon. The following year, in 1890, then brought London's first deep-level tube railway. Everything else had been built at cut-and-cover level until now, but the City and South London Railway, which would later become the Northern Line, was built between Stockwell and King William Street. 2 years later, in 1892, the Metropolitan line had made it to Amersham. In fact, beyond as well, to Aylesbury, and even further.
Yeah, beyond to Aylesbury, Curzon Road, Brill, the Brill Tramway, and
But that's not shown on this diagram.
All this northern branch line out of here was known as Metro Land.
Back in the central area of London, the Central Line was first constructed in 1900.
You forgot to mention that the Waterloo and City Railway was opened by the London and South Western Railway in 1898.
Known as the Central London Railway, which went between Shepherd's Bush in the west to Bank in the east. At the same time, King William Street closed, having only been open for 10 years, and the line was extended north as far as Moorgate.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
By 1903, the Northern Line had extended up to Angel and down to Clapham, whilst the district had been busy too, now reaching Upminster in the east and South Harrow in the west of London.
Between 1910 and 1939, the District Line also had an express service, I know it was an express service, that went all the way to Southend. Oh my lord.
District had
along the tracks of the London
been
Tilbury
busy
and
too,
Southend
now
Railway.
reaching Upminster in the east and South Harrow in the west of London.
Isn't it crazy how the District Line used to go all the way to Southend, guys?
1904 brought about the...
I did say that just because it's on the underground, it's on the underground map, doesn't mean it's
in the
in
east
London.
and South Harrow in the west of London.
South Harrow in the
1904
west.
brought about the construction of the Northern City Line between Finsbury Park and Moorgate, whilst the Metropolitan Line built a brand new line
And the Northern City Line, as I said earlier, would later become
line
part
between
of
Finsbury Park
the
and
National Railway
Moorgate,
network.
whilst the Metropolitan Line built a brand new line out west to Uxbridge with just one intermediate station
I
after
know,
Harrow
right,
Hill,
Jacob.
and new of the North.
The District Line once going all the way out to Southend. But of course the Metropolitan Railway went even further out as well, providing services all the way to Aylesbury and beyond. Yeah, I think the district, like the Metropolitan Railway, I think the District Railway also saw itself as a proper railway company, not like an underground line, but like a proper railway company that running services all the way out to suburban towns and not just within London like the other underground lines. like all the deep level lines. Jacob's back. Jacob, Electro has something he'd like to show you, I think.
On the City line between Finsbury Park and Moorgate.
Let me know when you've shown Jacob, Electro, and then I'll show everyone else.
Whilst the Metropolitan line built a brand new line out west to Uxbridge with just one intermediate station after Harrow on the Hill at Ruislip.
Only one intermediate station at Ruislip.
South Acton appeared on the map of railways in
I'm alright, Jacob. I was just saying how, for example, the Metropolitan line going all the way out to Watford and Amersham and Chesham, none of those places are in Greater London, and nor was Southend, where, as I said, the District line used to go out to as well. The District Railway.
1905 when District Line trains started to run there, and a year later brought another brand new tube railway, what would become the Bakerloo line, opening between
and the Metropolitan Railway stopped running services to Richmond as well. So the Bakerloo line and the Piccadilly line both opened in 1906.
And a year later brought another brand new tube railway, what would become the Bakerloo line, opening between Baker Street and Lambeth. Also in 1906 was another major underground railway, what would become the Piccadilly line, starting at Finsbury Park. This new tube line tunnelled its way under central London and went all the way to Hammersmith.
So yeah, the first part of the Piccadilly line, opening in 1906, went from Finsbury Park to Hammersmith, all the way under the West End, linking up with all the major railways, some of the major railway termini, between Hammersmith and Finsbury Park. And then the Baker Street and Waterloo Railway, which would later become the Bakerloo line, went from Lambeth to Baker Street initially.
The Bakerloo line had now reached Elephant and Castle
by
too.
1907.
After Aldwych opened in 1907, what became the Northern Line expanded vastly, by 1909 now reaching Highgate and Golders Green on two separate branches, as well as coming through the West End of London down to Charing Cross.
Yeah, the Charing Cross branch, as I said earlier, the Charing Cross branch of the Northern Line was originally built by a separate company called the Charing Cross, Euston and Hampstead Railway. Whereas, as I said, the first part of the Northern Line was opened by the City and South London Railway.
Had now also reached Edgware Road. The district finally made its connection with the Metropolitan at Rayners Lane in 1910 and also ran services to Uxbridge. Back on the Met, Shoreditch Station opened up on the East London Line in 1913. The Bakerloo reached Willesden Junction in 1915 and Harrow and beyond to Watford by 1917. And then the Central Line started to expand, going west out to Ealing Broadway in 1920 and Liverpool Street in the east.
Yeah, the Liverpool Street extension had already opened by 1912.
The Northern Line continued to expand too, reaching Edgware in 1924. A year later, the Met reached what continued to expand. The Northern Line went further south to Morden. There were plans for the line to go further, but it never happened. The Northern Line did now link up at Kennington to give us the two branches that we know today.
Yep. Oh, hang on. Electro's posted it. Hang on. Let's see this final drawing he's done. Oh, what's the... Hang on. Why is the cowcatcher red? Oh, my God. Oh my God. Oh, you even added a little purple magic thing at the top. Oh, that is brilliant. You added sparkles on Nimune's fur as well. The red hair, you put sparkles in that as well. You put shading in there as well. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, you gave him the name, you gave him the Discord name Galloping Golden Guard. Wow. Yes, he really did get it right. Yes, he does have talent. It is wonderful. I like that Discord name he's given it. Oh, he's turned it to Director Coey. Galloping Golden Guard. Oh, you added emojis to my one as well. Hang on. Edit pre-server profile. Where's the tornado emoji? Oh, never mind. I'll sort that later. I wanted to add the tornado emoji as well. Time to be on Quebec. You did a good job, yes. Combine onto one final product, indeed. Anyway, so we were saying about how the London Underground was slowly
expanding. The Northern
expanding.
Line went further south to Morden. There were plans for the line to go further, but it never happened. The Northern Line did now link up at Kennington to give us the 2 branches that we know today. In 1932, the Metropolitan branch to Stanmore opened. This would later become the Bakerloo line and is now today part of the Jubilee. In the same year, the Piccadilly line was extended north from Finsbury Park up to Arnos Grove and then up to Cockfosters by 1933.
And the Piccadilly line also ran over the Metropolitan line to Uxbridge as well.
In 1941, the Northern Line was extended north, up to High Barnet and Mill Hill East. During the Second World War in the 1940s, many more extensions that had been planned never happened, but new works on the Central Line did start in 1946, with the Loop and Central Line making its way up to Epping and then Ongar by 1949. The Western end was extended at the same time, getting to West Ruislip in the same year. In 1959, the shuttle service to the District Line to Southampton was withdrawn. Then in 1960...
And the line down to Hounslow is also now exclusively on the Piccadilly line. Hang on, guys.
The first part of the Victoria Line opened, and by 1971 was fully open all the way down to Brixton.
Yeah.
The next extension to the network was on the Piccadilly, with Hatton Cross opening in 1975 and to Heathrow itself in 1977. 2 years later, and the Tube got a whole new line, the Jubilee, running through from Charing Cross up to Stanmore.
So the Jubilee line first opened in 1979, but from Charing Cross to Stanmore. Let's see those other 2 images you put up. Alternative designs. Oh, you added a sparkle in one of them. That's nice. Is it just me? And one with a different little wink there. So cute.
The loop of track at Heathrow Terminal 4 was opened next in 1986. In 1994, the Waterloo and City Line appeared on the Tube map, although it had been opened in 1899 but run by British Rail and didn't transfer to London Underground until this year.
Before then,
Later that same year, there were some closures. On the same day that the Aldwych branch closed on the Piccadilly, the Epping to Ongar branch on the Central Line also closed.
And the old Epping to Ongar section of the Central Line is now the Epping Ongar Heritage Railway. Proper heritage railway. Steam trains running on it. But with a little bit of London Underground history as well.
And that brings us right up to date, with the Jubilee line being extended to Stratford in 1999 and
with the Jubilee line's station at Charing Cross closing the same
Shoreditch
year.
closing on the East London line in 2006. Finally, in 2007, the rest of the East London line closed to be converted to the London Overground network, and then in 2008, the last new branch on the Underground to be opened was the extension down to Terminal 5 at Heathrow Airport.
And then after that, in late 2023, I think it was, the most recent extension to the London Underground network was the Northern Line extension from Kennington to Battersea Power Station. And that, I believe, was the most recent extension on the Underground.
And that is how the Tube map has got to look how it is today.
And look at that, isn't that wonderful? Just add on the little bit down here out to Battersea Power Station, and that's pretty much how it looks today. So yeah, that's about it. All right, have a good weekend, Rob. Thanks for coming. Jacob and Electra both still there? Right, so now... Oh shit, hang on. So now, we'll talk about some of the multiple units that run on... Not a lot, train guy. Just missed me showing Jeff Marshall's video on the evolution of the Underground. Map men intros that really map my men. Oh, shit. What the hell? Well, right. So now let's talk about some of the iconic multiple unit trains that have run on the Underground in the 20th and 21st centuries. What's Medibang, Jacob? London Underground. So now let's talk about a few of my favourite, not only a few of my favourite, but also a few of the most well-known London Underground trains. So the London Underground standard stock, built from 1923 and in service until 1966. The London Underground standard stock, used across all of UERL's network, with these big generator vents at the front of each end where all the electrical equipment was stationed. Motor cars at each ends, with trailer cars sandwiched in between. These are some really nice old Underground trains. These were even in use on the Isle of Wight until like the 1990s. We'll talk about some of the EMUs in use on the Underground now. So the standard stock here, huge vents at the front, where all the big bulky electrical equipment was. Obviously, the electrical equipment used on the Underground was miniaturized as time went on. So motor cars at either end and the trailer cars, with the sandwich between two trailer cars. The first multiple units were like basically top and tail technically they were locomotives, the motor cars, but not really. Prototype cars. Here's the London Underground stock in service on the Isle of Wight. Oh yes, of course. Oh yeah, it is. If a quarter of each coach at either end needs to be taken up by the electrical equipment, it is bulky. Several of the standard stock vehicles have been preserved, with some at Acton Works and the London Transport Museum. Oh yeah, the London Transport Museum have a depot at Acton too. So these were in service for nearly 70 years if you count their service on the Isle of Wight. The standard stock. Then of course we have the 1938 stock, which is what... Look, this is one of the most iconic trains that were ever used on the Underground, the 1938 stock. $1935 stock, very rare. Yes, the standard stock did replace steam on the Isle of Wight. So these were in service from 1938 until 1988 on the London Underground. And if you want to count their service life on the Isle of Wight, the 1938 stock had a total service life of an amazing 83 years, nearly. If you want to count their life, their working life on the Isle of Wight. They ran on the Isle of Wight as the Class 483s. So they represented a major technical advantage. All electrical equipment was under the floor for the first time. Large equipment compartments behind the driving cabs in the motor cars, which reduced space for passengers by a third. Hello, Spider-Man guy, nice to see you. We're talking about one of the most iconic underground stock at the moment, the 1938 stock. Oh yeah, one of them was involved in the Moorgate crash. We have to this day, we do not know what caused the Moorgate crash. Oh, here we have a complete list of London Underground rolling stock. So these are all the trains currently in use on the Underground. Bakerloo uses the 1972 stock. The Central Line uses the 1992 stock. Circle, District, Hammersmith City use the S7 stock. The Jubilee Line uses the 1996 stock. The Metropolitan Railway uses the S8 stock. Similar to the S7 stock, only the S8 stock has one extra coach and slightly different seating layouts. The Northern Line 1995 stock. Piccadilly has 1973 stock. Victoria Line has 2009 stock. And the Waterloo City Line also has the 1992 stock. And of course the 2024 stock is coming in to replace the 1973 stock on the Piccadilly Line. That's your locomotive number 17. Old District Line EMU at Gunnersbury in 1955 there. Still there, Jacob? I really like the 1972 shot too. Okay, bye, Michael. Thanks for coming. electric multiple units. P stock in red and R stock in white. Very similar to the A stock trains on the Metropolitan line. Southwestern? No, it's not. I'm not going to say what it is, because that'll give away where I live. Sleet locomotives. Converted to help with the removal of ice. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, and the London Underground also used these battery electric locomotives. Where's the Underground choo-choo? Do you mean the Underground steam locomotives, Neon? Welcome to the stream. $72 stock with chimney or funnel. So do you mean the steam locomotives that were used on the Metropolitan Railway and the District Railway? Oh! In 1899, the Central London Railway had 2 tube-gauge steam locomotives that were oil-fired and can run on coal above ground, sold by 1921. Only 2 were produced. They were scrapped. So deep-level lines were used on the steam railways. So steam locomotives were used on the deep-level railways. Wow. Third rail? You mean 4 rail? They used the 4 rail system, remember? Intercar barriers. I've seen these intercar barriers before. Oh, you're out, right. Here we are, list of London Underground electric multiple units. This is what I wanted to do. Here's the 1903 stock. This came into service only 3 years after the Central London Railway opened. This served as the basis for the standard stock of the 1920s. The Waterloo and City Line stock were some of the first multiple units ever used in this country. Great Northern and City stock used on the Northern City Line and replaced by the standard stock. Here's the prototype of one of the EMUs on the Metropolitan Railway. That was on the District Line 6-car train, 3 cars owned by each company. Prototypes. Hammersmith and City stock. Here's some of the stock built during the London Transport area. We've got the P stock. Wait, no. That is the P stock. The Q stock. The R stock, which I've never even heard of, with a strange sloping on the bottom of the doors there. 96 stock is good sound, yes. T stock, converted from Metropolitan Railway compartment stock. I think there's a few preserved Metropolitan Railway T stock coaches, yes. Just showing everyone some of the multiple unit trains in service that were in service on the London Underground Electro. So Metropolitan Railway A stock. I travelled on a Metropolitan A stock train once before. The first time I ever travelled on the Metropolitan line. Director reporting in. So the A stock was used on the Metropolitan line for over 50 years. Then we've got the C stock. This was used on the C stock was used on both the Circle and Hammersmith and City lines for the longest time. The D stock, known as District stock. I remember travelling on the D stock trains constantly for a good while when I was younger. Now, of course, some of the ex D stock trains have now been converted into Class 230s, battery electric Class 230s, which actually this weekend are being introduced into service on the Greenford branch with GWR. And some of the old D stock trains have also been converted to the current generation of Isle of Wight underground trains. So do I, Spider-Man guy. And of course the S stock, which are the trains which run on all of the subsurface lines now. With the 7-car S7 stock being used on the District, Hammersmith and City and Circle lines, and the S8 stock being used on the Metropolitan line. Twice in the same day? Nice. D stock is my favourite, I can see that. I think the C stock is my favourite of the subsurface stock. It just looks so, friendly. So Electro, we went on an S stock train between... In fact, both times you came to see me, we went on an S stock train. So it was between Tower Hill and Westminster. We went on an S stock train. It was a District line train between Tower Hill and Westminster. You remember these S stock trains, don't you, Electro? Very modern, fairly futuristic. But yeah, I'd have to say the C stock is my favourite of the subsurface trains. So the A stock was retired in 2012, the C stock in 2014, and the D stock in 2017. The S stock has been in service since 2010. As for the deep level underground stock, got the gate stock used on the Baker Street and Waterloo Railway, which use gates to open and close as opposed to doors. Gatemen were actually employed to open and close the gates and call out the names of the stations as they came in. Watford joint stock. Nice. Still there, Electro? There's the standard stock, I just mentioned that. There's the 1938 stock, again, I just mentioned that. The Waterloo and City 1940 stock. The 1956 and 1959 stock, fairly similar to the 1938 stock, only a little bit slimmer. Some Hainault branch stock. Oh, the 1960 stock, used on the Central line. 1962 stock, very similar to the 1959 stock. Oh, the 1967 stock, retired, introduced in 1968, retired in 2011. Then all the other trains. Yeah, the 1972 stock, very similar to the 1967 stock. And all the other... And currently, the 1972 stock is the oldest train in the country that's still in commercial service. The 1983 stock, short-lived 1983 stock on the Jubilee line. Problematic with single-leaf doors. Barely opened. 1986 prototype. The 1986 stock was the prototype for the 1992 stock. There's the 1992 stock, 1995 stock, 96, very similar to the 1995 stock, and then the 2009 stock on the Victoria line. And now, the most modern trains on the London Underground, which aren't in service yet, but soon will be, to replace the 1973 stock on the Piccadilly line, London Underground 2024 stock. Yeah, the 1996 stock was one of my favourites. In fact, the 1996 stock, I think, is my favourite of the deep level stock. Concept design for the 2024 stock. But yeah, this is the final design of the 2024 stock. With the floating coaches as well, look. The shorter floating coaches as well. So these will be introduced on the Piccadilly line. I believe the 2024 stock was also supposed to replace the 1972 stock on the Bakerloo line as well, but I think for now they're only being in the 2024 stock's only being introduced on the Piccadilly line. BVE form? What exactly does BVE stand for? Neon. You like the 2024 stock train guy? I mean, personally, weekend of the 17th and 18th of January saw the entire Piccadilly line shut to allow for testing of the new 2024 stock. I want to like the 2024 stock, but I don't know what to make of the floating coaches without any bogies. It's just so strange. I know it helps to increase the length of the train, but still. Bosso View Express. Why did the UK model made a British stock? Nice. I've been to Manchester before, Spider-Man guy, but I've never been to Liverpool. Straight to the cab, I see. Where's Electric on? Oh, maybe he's gone to put the, his artwork on DeviantArt. Yes, he did say he was going to do that. Oh, the 1986 stock was also painted into those colours for a time. I suppose those are the colours they would have been painted in if the 1986 stock had moved to the production phase. Sounds and physics were nice? Yes, they were. I haven't talked in detail about the Victoria line or the Jubilee line yet. So the Victoria line opened in 1968. London itself. The Victoria line was one of the first railways railway lines in the world to pioneer the ATO system, which stands for Automatic Train Operation, which is now in use on most lines on the London Underground. Okay, bye LP fam, thanks for coming. Expensive if you don't have a rail card? Yeah, the prices are fine if you don't have a rail card, but I think most people in this country can get a rail card because there are loads of different types of rail cards you can get. B4 Jubilee line? I will in a second. For now, though, I want to quickly talk about the Victoria line. because the Victoria Line's very interesting, because as I said, it was one of the first railway lines in the country to pioneer automatic train operation. Next time you see me on Tuesday? Alright, awesome, John Murray. Happy birthday in advance, and thank you for coming. I'll see you next week, John Murray. So it was Victoria Line, one of the first railways in the country to use automatic train operation. So that doesn't mean the trains were driverless, not at all. But how it worked was... Yeah, I will after I've talked about the Victoria Line, though, Neon. So how it worked, the Victoria Line's ATO system, and how it works on most of the underground now, is... The driver still operates the doors and assists in an emergency. So the driver operates the doors, opens and closes them. Then he presses... I think you can also get a 26 to 30-year-old rail card. Hello, Jacob. Welcome back. I'm just telling everyone about the Victoria Line's ATO system and how it works. So how the Victoria Line's ATO system works is the driver operates the doors, and then to start the train, the driver presses two start buttons, and then once he's pressed the start buttons, the train basically drives itself to the next station. And I think the way it works is that the onboard computer system on the train counts the number of wheel rotations that it does. And when it's done a specific number of wheel rotations, that's when it knows it needs to start slowing down for the next station. So with these automatically driven trains, the driver still technically drives the train, but he only really he only operates the doors and starts the train away by pressing the start buttons. Well, not quite AI. Jacob, not quite AI, but still a form of computer system. Don't forget the Victoria Line has been open since 1968, long before AI as we know it today was around, and the Victoria Line has been using its ATO system from day one. Still there, Neon? And the trains aren't driven automatically all the time. I believe on Sundays, for example, when train services are less intensive, the trains on most underground lines are driven manually. Where ATO is fitted, the trains are driven manually on Sundays. I pay full as I'm over that age. I believe you can get a 26 to 30 rail card, Neon. I'm pretty sure you can. In any case, I'll be able to keep my disabled person's... because I have autism, I have a disabled person's rail card, which I'll be able to keep for my entire life. So I'll be able to get a third off my train fares for my whole life. But as I was saying, ATO, and because the Victoria Line has its ATO system, ATO enables trains to be run much closer together than they would otherwise. Still there, Jacob? So if we go to Victoria Line, if we go to this video, you can see just how frequent Victoria Line trains are. So look, next train after this one's in 1 minute. This is the magic of this is what ATO enables. This is the kind of train frequency that ATO enables. So don't worry, Jacob. No drivers are losing their jobs, but it is still a little bit more of a boring method of driving, just pressing buttons, than properly driving these trains manually. But hey, at least the drivers still have jobs at all. I do love the traction motor sound of the 2009 stock, but not as much as the 1996 stock. No, it won't now. So look, see how soon the next train arrived after the previous one left. Possible only with ATO. No. And there you go. That's what ATO enables. So yeah, whenever maintenance work is being done, drivers still need to drive the trains manually with the ATO system. Welcome back, Electro. So drivers still need to drive the trains manually, even with the ATO system. Like, they can take over from the ATO and drive the trains manually, like on Sundays and in emergencies and on days when maintenance work is being done. Let's quickly look at the image, the new image you put on here. Deviants you watch. Here we are. All these tags you put in there. Unicorn Orc. Nimue is the name of a silver unicorn that resides in Skywrite as one of the highest ranking soldiers among Skywrite's military. Brainwashed by black magic, causing her to serve her master's whim. Those who were able to forgive her. Well, to be honest, Electro, Aeroline had nothing to forgive Nimue for because she did nothing wrong. All the evil things she did when brainwashed was entirely Solbane's fault, not hers. So Aeroline had nothing to forgive Nimue for because she did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Well, I wouldn't say early life she was brainwashed by black magic. She still had had already lived a fair bit of her life before she was kidnapped by Solbane. At least that's what Jacob thought. Wish for Nimue to have a peaceful life going forward. Aeroline wished for her to have a peaceful life going forward too. Because she did nothing. I have nothing to do. Because you did nothing. Because you did nothing. Earned her the title of Silver Sentry by her queen. Well, her silver mane and her silver armor she was given. Powerful defenders of Skywrite, and rightfully so. Let's have a closer look at this. This is honestly one of Electro's best images yet. It's so cool. Electro's artwork is definitely becoming as good as Neon's. So did her bestie. Very good. So anyway, Electro, if you're still there, I was saying about how the Victoria Line's ATO system enables it to have insanely high frequency. Victoria Line ATO. Exactly, Jacob. So when driving under ATO, trains do seem to have faster acceleration. And even Crossrail and the core section of Thameslink between London Bridge and St Pancras now uses ATO. Even Thameslink now uses ATO. Most of the subsurface lines are now driven by ATO as well, but not all of them. For example, the section of the Metropolitan line out near, that goes all the way out to Amersham, that part of the Metropolitan line can't be converted to ATO-driven operation because those tracks out to Amersham are shared by Chiltern Railway's mainline trains, which require a traditional signalling system, so it's not possible for the Metropolitan line out to Amersham to be converted to ATO operation. So when they run out there, Metropolitan trains still have to be driven manually. Going and Dazzle. Oh, good, you added the tornado for me. Nice. Living Legend of Lightning. Nice.
The next train will arrive in 1 minute. It will be a district line service calling at all stations to Wimbledon.
Oh yeah, BVE. Nowhere near as dazzling as the new console, no. So, train TBTC and ATO work in conjunction with
When you
each
stop in the platform, you will notice the check VOBC sign. Here you must check that both VOBCs are communicating. If any are not, you must contact the controller before departing. Depart the platform following line-side signal. Stow the traction brake controller. At the migration entry station, open the train doors. Stow the traction brake controller. Select ATP on the train protection changeover switch and then select ATO mode.
Cycle in your own way? Yes. So it looks like not the whole Northern Line is ATO either.
Observe the two-aspect ATC signal change to blue. When the target point advances, close the saloon doors.
Test track connections.
Press the ATO start buttons when ready to depart.
So, yeah.
Start buttons when ready to depart.
So that's how they start it under ATO, by pressing those 2 green start buttons. So they still technically drive the train, by pressing the ATO start buttons.
Departing full speed manual, following line side signals. Begin to communicate. You are entering a new loop. BC sign.
Come far. Yes, he really has. But yeah, that's basically how ATO works. So, Neon, Electro, Jacob, what do you 3 think of the ATO system? Personally, it's a good idea for new lines, but I don't know how to feel about it being installed on other lines, on existing lines, as it just makes the driver's job feel less satisfying. But yeah, the Victoria line was the first underground line to use the ATO system, but it was built with it. So drivers knew what they were going into from the moment the Victoria line was built. Victoria line, first train. Indeed. So yeah, what do you 3 think of the ATO system the Underground now uses? Yes, indeed. So it's the grade of automation level 2 that ATO is categorized under. Driver operates the doors. And it doesn't mention that the driver also presses the actually starts the train. Obstacle detection on the track. Handling emergency systems. Grade of automation level 2 train can't operate safely without a staff member on board. ATP manual. A unique way of traction? Yes. Overseen signals due to human errors are safeguarded by train protection systems like AWS, TPWS, or ETCS Level 1. Most trains on the national network nowadays run to grade of automation Level 1, which is still manually driven trains, but onboard systems take over. Like if a train goes over the speed limit, or runs a red signal, the driver ignores a cautionary signal. That is extremely sweet, yes. ATO has also been trialled on the New York City subway, and lots of Asian countries now use ATO trains. Obviously, ATO is not fail-safe. Oh, driverless trains colliding into construction crane falling onto the tracks. Insufficient to prevent the collision. Tracks of Riso Express, Metropolitan Train to Montreal. And the other died later in hospital. It's comparing him to you. Well, I'm no good at drawing at all. So all three of you are better than me at drawing. Oh yeah, trains are also driven manually if the ATO system fails completely. So Electro and Neon, what do you two think of the ATO system, where the driver of most underground trains only drives the trains by closing the doors and operating the doors and pressing starter buttons to send the train off to the next station? So while most London Underground lines, while most of them now either fully or partially use ATO throughout the whole line, a few of the underground lines are still completely manually driven. These being the Bakerloo, Piccadilly, and Waterloo and City lines. Field day opening and closing the doors rapidly on aggravated passengers. Oh, God. I'd be fired instantly if that happened. But yes, the Bakerloo line, the Piccadilly line, and the Waterloo and City line are still entirely manually driven. All the other lines, though, are either fully or partially ATO driven. But parts of, like, the Metropolitan line and the District line, for example, aren't ATO driven, for example. Like, the furthest most outposts of the Metropolitan line and the District line are still manually driven on a daily basis. Aggravated. Want to repeat my 170 incident? Oh yeah, I remember when you got agitated after being stuck on a class 170 for a good long time. So, Electra, what do you think of the ATO system most of the London Underground uses? Here we are, automation of the London Underground. Yeah, there's been criticism. As I said, on the Thameslink core and on the Crossrail core are also used. Sometimes ATO trains departed without drivers. ATO destroys the job of the train operator. Yeah, that's what I've been concerned about. Running every 100 seconds on ATO is neat, but manual systems like this. Full speed manual to drive the train. Still there, Electro? So if we click on this image, if we zoom in on this image, hang on, open image in new tab. I think those green buttons there are the ATO start buttons. Manual is on backup at least, exactly. On the DLR as well. Only there is still a driver in the cab to actually start the trains. The Docklands Light Railway has grade of automation level 3, where the trains are driverless but still have an attendant on board. The ATO London Underground lines use grade of automation level 2, where drivers are still used and still drive the train on a case where it needs to be driven manually. The line, so yeah, Victoria Line. Line was the first automatic passenger railway in the world, fully equipped with an automatic train operation system. Touch of a button, the train would drive automatically to the next station. Actually, there were two separate buttons that needed to be closed. Door close button, then a separate ATO start button. Guided by coded impulses transmitted to the track. It was coded impulses, not so much a computer. The original 1969 received a complete upgrade in 2012. Nice. Are you still there, Electro? Alright, so... So let's see. Metropolitan Line, District Line, Circle Line, Hammersmith and City Line. Briefly touched on the East London Line. Bakerloo Line, Central Line, Waterloo and City Line, Northern Line, Piccadilly Line, Victoria Line. I think all that's left to talk about now is the Jubilee Line. The most recent one to open. Jubilee Line has also had a very interesting history. And of course we can't mention the Jubilee Line without mentioning the Jubilee Line extension and its complicated construction. Oh yes, and the disused Charing Cross station as well. I did mention this. I think they can only be driven manually on the disused Charing Cross section of the Jubilee Line. Oh, that's good traction motor sounds. 1996 stock. Absolutely my favourite. Absolutely my favourite acceleration. Still there, Jacob? Traction motor sounds on these trains.
The extension was given royal consent last week, but there's furious political debate now over whether work will ever start.
That was ridiculous what I just heard. Whether work will ever start on the Jubilee Line extension. It has! It's been complete for nearly 30 years. Actually, it became reality.
Because of problems involving private funding. Today, Shadow Transport Secretary John Prescott has written to Malcolm Rifkind saying determining transport policies on the basis of investment cash was folly. The Liberal Democrats say the 3-year battle for another tube line for Londoners may be a vain battle. Is one of the biggest projects of its kind in Britain.
So yeah, before the 1996 stock came about, when the Jubilee Line first opened, when the Jubilee Line extension first opened, the original part of the Jubilee Line between Charing Cross and Stanmore was run at first by the 1972 stock, now used on the Bakerloo Line, then by the short-lived 1983 stock. Which was apparently problematic. See, only single doors. Difficult to get on and off. Only 6-car trains as well. only saw 14 years of service, the 1983 stock. Placed in by 1998. 1996 stock. The last to be designed in-house by the London Underground. I understand, Jacob. There we are, the terminus of the original terminus of the Jubilee line at Charing Cross. The 1996 stock still has Charing Cross in its destination displays and voices. Because for 3 years, the 1996 stock did run to Charing Cross. Then, of course, Charing Cross Jubilee Line station was closed. I think in early 1999, the first section of the Jubilee Line extension opened as just a shuttle line at first between North Greenwich and Stratford, and then by December 1999, the whole extension linking up with the original line at Green Park was open. The last conventional tube train along the line involving design since the 1938 stock. The 1983 stock was unpopular with passengers, unreliable in service, withdrawn after just 14 years and replaced by the 1996 stock. Yes, guys, the 1983 stock was hugely unreliable. I'm sure you'll get to ride the Underground again one day, Jacob. Here it is on the open-air section of the Jubilee line. Somewhere between Finchley Road and Wembley Park. Because I can see the Metropolitan line tracks alongside. And the tube trains also have air whistles rather than horns. Because apparently air whistles will be are actually slightly quieter than horns. You don't want a loud horn ringing through your ears in a tightly confined tunnel, do you? Which is why the underground trains use air whistles instead of horns. Egg, Hammersmith, and Lego City. No eggs and ham, I see. Can't read that sign. Separate 3-car units I can see. The 1983 stock, 2 units coupled together. Still there, Jacob? No, Neon's gone off to watch something. And there's a 1996 stock running alongside. Again, this was before the Jubilee Line extension opened. the 1996 stock and the older 1983 stock running alongside each other. This is a Kilburn. Willesden Green. Regenerative braking of the 1996 stock. Turbo styles on the regenerative braking. See, they had no regenerative braking, the 1983 stock. Jubilee line extension. So now we've come all the way from. So now we've come all the way from the very first underground line built in London, all the way to the very newest, or at least the newest big one. Obviously, we've had little extensions like the Heathrow Terminal 5 extension on the Piccadilly line and the Battersea Power Station extension on the Northern line. With the Jubilee line extension. Jubilee line extension was very, very complicated construction. There's the breakthrough of the tunnel boring machine. Nice.
When work starts on the extension of the Jubilee line, Parliament Square, St James's Park and Jubilee Gardens are just some of the famous places that will be turned into building sites. They could look something like this one in the city, where the Docklands Railway is being extended. With roads closed and buildings to be demolished, Westminster Council say they must be given powers to control the disruption.
So we will be petitioning against the bill in the House of Commons and in the House of Lords to ensure that the bill contains important safeguards to protect the environment, the buildings and the working conditions around the square.
London Underground say disruption will be kept to a minimum and promise dug-up parks will be restored to their former beauty.
I'm pretty sure they were. What's this? Oh, I can't watch this whole thing now. Not when it's this late and we're this far into the stream. Why? Oh yeah, and of course all the underground stations on the Jubilee Line extension, all the ones that are underground, not the overground ones, the underground stations on the Jubilee Line extension have platform edge doors. Currently the only stations on the underground, on the London Underground that have platform edge doors. Oh yeah, many proposals for the Jubilee Line extension were put out. Extensions to Ilford and Hainault. And there were proposals to extend the Jubilee Line from Charing Cross, so Charing Cross station wouldn't have to be closed. Charing Cross Jubilee Line station wouldn't have to be closed, via Aldwych and Thamesmead. Aldwych and Fenchurch Street, out to Woolwich and Thamesmead. But this was defeated by lack of funds and the building of the Docklands Light Railway. This announcement's no longer used.
The next station is Charing Cross. Change here for the Bakerloo and Northern lines and National Rail services.
That's very interesting. I must have extracted that.
This station is North Greenwich. Exit here for the London cable cars and the O2.
Why did they change that? So. Oh, this guide hasn't uploaded for 2 years. So I better unsubscribe. Right, I'll just quickly show you guys this history video on the Jubilee Line. Briefly talk about it. And then we will end the stream by... I will show you guys Jay Foreman's All 270 Tube Stations song. Well, 272 now, we're counting 9 Elms and Battersea Power Station, but... yeah, I'll just show you guys... After I've shown you guys that video, I'll show you guys Jay Foreman's 270 Tube Station song, and then we'll end the stream.
The Jubilee Line is one of the busiest lines on the London Underground, running from Stanmore in northwest London via the West End, the South Bank and the Docklands to Stratford in the east. It is also the newest line on the Underground network, originally opening in 1979. The agency it is also the newest
line. Starting with the oldest, finish the stream with the newest.
The Underground network, originally opening in 1979.
30th April 1979.
The agency it is also more in northwest London via the West End, the South Bank and the Docklands to Stratford in the east. It is also the newest line on the Underground network, originally opening in 1979. The agency was added in 1990 and had been on a Metropolitan line since the late 19th century and Stratford in the east. It is also the newest line on the Underground network,
Mouse, nice.
originally opening in 1979.
So yeah, we're now talking about the Jubilee Line, Jacob. So yeah, you can see the Metropolitan Line used to be... You now see the Jubilee Line. The Metropolitan Line used to be... part of... The Hammersmith City Line used to be part of the Metropolitan Line, not anymore though. Oh yeah, and on this old map, the National Rail Services was shown in striped orange, with the Jubilee Line terminating at Charing Cross. The Hammersmith and City Line part of the Metropolitan Line. And the spur between Baker Street up to... onto the Metropolitan lines north of Baker Street not being used as much.
Originally opening in 1979. The agency was added in 1990 and had been on a Metropolitan line since the late 19th century, and the Waterloo and City had been run by British Rail since 1990 and had been on a Metropolitan line originally opening in 1979. The agency was added in 1990 and had been on a Metropolitan line since the late 19th century, and the Waterloo...
See, looking back then, the Metropolitan services only went to Barking a lot less often. Same goes for the trains to Moorgate. Yeah, it seems like Metropolitan services were a lot more complicated back then. Like, service patterns on the whole railway on the whole underground were a lot more complicated back then. And on the
City has been run by British Rail since it was built in 1898. It's been line since the late 19th century, and the Waterloo City had been run by British Rail since it was built in 1898. I've always been fascinated with the Jubilee line, and as a result I thought it would be good to make history of
I've
the
been
line.
fascinated by it
If this
too.
video gets popular, I may do it for the other lines. Note, if you want to go a bit more in depth with some of the things I talk about in this video, check out Jago Has his Jubilee line playlist. Anyway,
Crumbs.
this is the story of the Jubilee line.
The problem. So what was the problem?
Our story begins in the years just after World War II, when London was in an effort of rebuilding itself. One of the problems faced by London was that the London Underground was becoming incredibly congested, and with only 4 deep-level tube lines serving the central area, it was becoming apparent that London needed a new tube.
So, Northern, Bakerloo, Piccadilly, Central lines. Technically, the Waterloo and City line counts as
One
well,
of the
even though it
problems
wasn't
faced by
officially
London was
part
that
of
the
it.
London Underground was becoming
No,
incredibly
1996
congested,
stock,
and with
yes!
only 4 deep-level tube lines serving
That
the
was
central
part of the
area,
problem.
London Underground was becoming incredibly congested, and with only 4 deep-level tube lines
Oh
serving
yeah, the Victoria line hadn't been built
central
yet.
area, London Underground was
It's
becoming
fine,
incredibly
Leon, I like
congested,
it.
and with only 4 deep-level tube lines serving the central area, it was becoming apparent that London needed a new tube. One of the proposals was a new north-south line that connected up with all the main line termini in London. This plan would eventually become the Victoria Line, which was a major project and took many years to build, with the first section between Walthamstow and Victoria being opened by the Queen in 1969, and it was eventually extended to Brixton in 1971.
Nice. Penfolds.
The next plan for London Transport was to construct a new...
It was to be called the Fleet Line,
The
but it
next
became
plan
the
for London
Jubilee
Transport
Line.
was to construct a new east-west line to relieve...
So the section between Baker Street up to Stanmore was originally part of the Bakerloo line. The section between Baker Street and Charing Cross was part of the new line.
And it was eventually extended
The
to
lines
Brixton in
north of Baker
1971.
Street up to Stanmore already existed as part of the Bakerloo line.
The next plan for London Transport was to construct a new east-west line to relieve pressure on the central line. This plan eventually became known as the Fleet Line because it would have run under Fleet Street. The plan was to take over the old Bakerloo line alignment from Stanmore to Baker Street. Before then, the Stanmore section had been controlled by the Metropolitan Line. In 1939, all the stops between Baker Street and Stanmore became part of the Bakerloo line, with new underground stations being built at Swiss Cottage and St John's Wood. The new line, after Baker Street, would then run to Bond Street, Green Park, and would temporarily terminate at Charing Cross. I'll get on to the future proposals later. Construction of the line began in 1971, and compared to the Victoria Line, it was a pretty simple job. They only had to dig an extra platform at Baker Street and dig 3 miles of tunnel to Charing Cross and construct 3 new stations. They would also have to combine the Bakerloo Line Trafalgar Square Station and the Northern Line Strand Station together to create the new Charing Cross Station, with the old one being Richmond and the Northern Line Strand Station together to create the new Charing Cross Station, with the old one being renamed Embankment. During the construction process, it was decided to rename the line from the Fleet Line to the Jubilee Line in honour of the Queen's Silver Jubilee in 1977, which was the year the line was due to open. However, as with any rail project in London, the opening was...
Iconic since Victoria is the oldest character in Underground only? Yes. Whereas the real Victoria line is the second youngest. I get why they chose Victoria to be the oldest,
from
though.
the Fleet Line to the Jubilee Line in honour of the Queen's Silver Jubilee in 1977, which was the year the line was due to open. However, as with any
Still
rail
there, Neon?
project in London, the opening was pushed back. New rolling stock was what was ordered though, and it was the 1972 stock which now currently is worked on the Bakerloo line. Finally, on April the 30th, 1979, the Jubilee line
Prince
was
Charles
finally
in the
opened
cab?
by Prince
Well,
Charles.
then it was known as
Finally,
Prince
on April
Charles.
the 30th, 1979, the
Yes,
Jubilee
we
line
still
was
haven't
finally
fully
opened.
covered the
This was
Jubilee
and
line
it was the
yet,
1972
Electro.
stock, which now currently is worked on the Bakerloo line. Finally, on April the 30th, 1979, the Jubilee line was finally opened by Prince Charles.
It's good news for London's commuter population. Stage 1 of the Jubilee line is opened by His Royal Highness Prince Charles. At a cost of £87 million, the new link runs from Baker Street to Charing Cross. Easily cleaned materials have been used on all services. It's a proud addition to London's underground railway system. Like a seasoned commuter, the Prince takes a ride, but unlike a regular, he rides up front in the driver's cab.
Yes, he does, Jacob.
One of the objects of the new Jubilee link is to open up the northwestern suburbs with central London's business and shopping areas. The twin tunnels are 2 3/4 miles long. At Charing Cross Station, terminus of the new section, the Jubilee line, named to honour the Queen's 25-year reign, is opened officially.
Oh, yes, definitely,
A plaque
Demo.
commemorating the event is unveiled. Work began on the Jubilee line in the late autumn of 1971.
The new underground stations were designed with a very 70s aesthetic, like the Victoria line. Each new station had a different motif. Baker Street was red with Sherlock Holmes stories, Bond Street was blue with a gift image, Green Park was red with leaves, and Charing Cross was green with Nelson's column. Also, the ticket hall at Charing Cross was given a very odd look. This has since been refurbished. Immediately after the first phase was approved, plans for the second phase of the line were being drawn out.
Going all the way out to Fenchurch Street, Thamesmead, Beckton, via Greenwich.
The plan was to go from Charing Cross to Aldwych, where it would have connected with the Piccadilly line. It would then have carried on to Ludgate Circus and would then temporarily terminate at Fenchurch Street. The third phase of the plan was to have 2 proposed routes, the first of which would run on part of the old East London line to New Cross and New Cross Gate, and then on to Lewisham and probably all the way to Hayes. The other plan was to extend it into the derelict London docks, all the way to Thamesmead, with some stations in similar places to where they are now on the current extension. The second phase was initially approved and plans were drawn up, but due to lack of funding and the new Conservative government not really being a fan of railways, ultimately meant that no progress was made.
Jesus.
This meant the Jubilee line was rather odd and it seemed unfinished, and only 6 of its 15 stations were actually underground.
The lack of... oh, God.
In 1983, the Jubilee line got new trains that were the 1983 stock.
Yes,
so
the
its 15 stations were actually underground.
Superman 4 reference, yes.
In 1983, the Jubilee line got new trains that were the 1983 stock, which were very similar in operation to the D78 on the District line, as they also had single doors that were opened with passenger command. It was apparently implied that the trains would
be carrying us when we're all 35 years older, till the year 2020.
This is not the case. In 1981, the LDDDC was formed, with the goal of regenerating London's derelict docks. With the Jubilee line plans suspended, a cheaper option was chosen instead as a transport solution. In 1987, the DLR was opened, running from Tower Gateway to Island Gardens and Stratford to Island Gardens. As the 1990s dawned, the docklands were rapidly developing, and with the DLR struggling to cope, and it had to be extended to Bank in 1991 to connect to the underground, it soon became clear that a proper underground connection was needed.
Part 4, the Jubilee Line extension. So yes, Electro, we've gone from talking about the oldest underground railway in London, the Metropolitan Railway, all the way up to one of the newest,
As a result,
the Jubilee
in
Line
1992,
extension.
the government finally approved plans to extend the Jubilee Line, but they decided not to revive the 1970s plan to run to the north of the river or under Fleet Street. It was decided to run it south of the river due to it being poorly served by the tube. However, this would mean abandoning Charing Cross after only 20 years. The new route would require a new junction at Green Park, and if you look down the tunnel there today, you can see a straight tunnel, which leads to Charing Cross, and then the tunnel that curves up. That's the new extension. After Green Park, the trains would run to Westminster and connect with the Circle and District lines. This would require a complete rebuilding of the site and careful grouting to keep Big Ben stable.
Oh yeah, it required grouting to keep Big Ben stable as the new tunnels under the Houses of Parliament were dug, and the Jubilee Line extension platforms had to be built on top of each other instead of side by side.
Extension.
For this reason.
After Green Park, the trains would run to Westminster and connect with the Circle and District lines. This would require a complete rebuilding of the site and careful grouting to keep Big Ben stable. And as a result of this unstable ground, the new platforms were stacked one on top of the other. The next stop would be Waterloo, where it would connect with the Bakerloo and Northern lines, meaning that little inconvenience was caused to people using Charing Cross. The trains would then head to Southwark, where they would connect with Waterloo East Station on the Dover Main Line. Then it would run to London Bridge, a new station at Bermondsey, then Canada Water with a brand new station on the East London Line connecting to it, then to Canary Wharf, where they had to dig a massive dry dock in order to build the station, then to North Greenwich, where it would serve the new Millennium Dome, then to Canning Town and Major Interchange, then to West Ham on the South End Line, and finally to Stratford on the East Anglia Main Line. Construction of the extension began in
Revenge on Parliament, yeah, filmed at
the East Anglia Main Line.
Yeah, it was filmed at the closed Aldwych station, V for Vendetta, final scene.
Construction of the extension began in 1993 with a projected opening of 1998. Although less than a year into construction, they suffered a small setback. A tunnel at Heathrow collapsed, and due to the tunnel structure being the same as the Jubilee line, they had to make sure it was safe, pausing construction. After that, construction progressed as normal with a few more setbacks, but by 1997 it was well on track. It was decided that the 1983 stocks would be taken out of use, and new trains were ordered for the extension. These trains were the 1996 stock, which were very, very similar to the new 1995 stock being ordered for the Northern Line. These trains were known for their famous engine sound. It was also decided that all the new underground train stations would have platform edge doors to help with safety. This made the 83 stock completely useless, as it only had single doors, with the new 96 having double doors. But there were also problems with the new signalling system on the line, which was planned to have been controlled by computer, and as a result, installation was delayed and a normal signalling system was fitted. In 1998, the 1983 stock trains were retired and the 1996 stock took their place. Finally, on May 14th, 1999, over 20 years since the line was originally opened, the first section of the new extension was opened from Stratford to North Greenwich. Then, on September the 17th, trains began to run as far as Bermondsey. Then, a few weeks later, trains began running as far as Waterloo, with Southwark and London as far as Bermondsey. Then, a few weeks later, trains began running as far as Waterloo, with Southwark and London Bridge opening in the following weeks. Then, on November the 19th, trains stopped running through Charing Cross, although it is sometimes used as a siding today. Westminster Station finally opened on December the 22nd, 1999, less than 10 days before the new millennium. The Jubilee Line extension is well known for its iconic stations inspired by the Hong Kong MTR. Personal favourites being Westminster, Canary Wharf, and North Greenwich.
I do
Since
love
1999, not much has happened on the Jubilee Line.
the design of the Jubilee Line extension stations.
Since 1999, not much has happened on the Jubilee Line. In 2006, trains were expanded from having 6 cars to 7 cars. And eventually, in 2011, the new signalling system...
And the Jubilee Line had to be closed for 6 days while platforms were extended at every station
Since
to enable the
not much has
introduction
happened
of the
on
extended
Jubilee Line.
7-car
In 2006,
1996 stock
from having
trains.
6 cars to 7 cars. And eventually, in 2011, the new signalling system was finally installed, allowing trains to run automatically. And between 2017 and 2019, all the trains were given a slight refurbishment, with the colour of the grad poles being changed from bright yellow to silver.
Silver much
Well,
more
I
suitable.
hope you enjoyed this video. If this video gets very, very popular, then I may
There's the
more
sound of
videos
the
like this on the history of the
Jubilee
Underground.
lines
Anyway,
of the
please
1996
like,
stock traction
subscribe,
motors.
Take care.
Well, guys, there is so much more I could tell you all about the London Underground, but it's getting late now. We've been going for nearly 5 hours. It's nearly midnight, so I'm getting tired now. So to end this stream, I'll show you guys Jay Foreman's song of all 270 stations on the London Underground, aside from Nine Elms and Battersea Power Station, because he brought that video out before the extension of the Northern Line to Battersea opened. Jay Foreman. Here we are, Jay Foreman Tube Station song. You still there, Electro? Are you still there, Electro? You should enjoy this song. 1st of October 2013, the 150th anniversary year. So I hope you guys enjoy this song by Jay Foreman.
Hornchurch, Ickenham, Hainault, Cockfosters, Ravenscourt Park, Bromley by Bow, Morden, Monument, Mornington, Crescent, Paddington, Plaistow, Pimlico, Dagenham, Heathway, Elephant and Castle, Richmond, Sloane Square, Beckentry, Brixton, Barbican, Chorleywood, Amersham, Eastcote, Alperton, East Finchley, Kenton, Kennington, Fairlock, Farringdon, Mile End, Baronscourt, Maida Vale, Barking, Barkingside, Debden, Hammersmith, Vauxhall, Wembley Park, Tottenham, Hale, Northwood, Oakwood, Wood Green, Woodford, Colliers Wood, and then Croxley, Charing Cross, King's Cross, St Pancras, Brent Cross, Hatton Cross, Austerley, Ballinborough, Chesham,
Obvious green screen.
Leytonstone, Stanmore, Snaresborough, Greenford, Norfolk, Northfield, Southfield, Marylebone, Kingsbury, Queensbury, Queensway, Queen Park, Park Royal, Royal Oak, Burns Oak, then Aldgate, Southgate, Highgate, Moorgate, Notting Hill Gate, St Paul's, Neasden, Oxford Circus, Piccadilly Circus, Lambeth North and Northwick Park, Upton Park and Westbourne Park and Wimbledon Park and Stonebridge Park, Warwick Avenue, Waterloo, Watford, Walthamstow Central with Wanstead, Hounslow Western, Hounslow East and East Ham, West Ham, West Hampstead, Putney Knightsbridge, Redbridge, London Bridge, Uxbridge, Perivale, Leicester Square, Good Street, Baker Street, Bond Street, Warren Street, Old Street, Liverpool Street, Edgware. West Acton, West Harrow, West Finchley, Kew Gardens and Lancaster
Everyone's
Gate
still
and
there.
Garnersbury, Westminster, Upminster, Russell Square, Euston Square, Totteridge and Whetstone, East Putney, Ealing, Broadway, Fulham, Broadway, Tooting, Broadway, Arsenal, Stockwell, Chigwell, Seven Sisters, Black Horse Road, Blackfriars Temple, East Acton, Oval, Bow Road, Colindale, Archway, Angel, Upminster Bridge, Clapham Common, Clapham North and Clapham South and Swiss Cottage, Acton Town and Camden Town and Chalk Farm and West Kensington, Canning Town and Kentish Town and Sudbury Town and West Brompton, Thaden, Boys Tooting, Beck and Stamford Brook, South Kensington, Rickmansworth and Mansion House and Marble Arch, South Wimbledon, Dollars Hill, Gants Hill, Grange Hill, Surrey Hill, Tower Hill, Hillingdon, Aldgate East, Southwark High, Barnet, Earls Court, Bayswater, Pinner, Victoria, Mill Hill East, High Street, Kensington, Kensington, Olympia, Ealing Common, Bermondsey, Heathrow Terminals 4 and 5,
got a little hat on with a
Heathrow
passport.
Terminals 1, 2, 3, Epping, Euston, Kilburn,
Exactly.
Kilburn, Park, Chalfonton, Latimer, Cannon Street and Cannons Park, Embankment, Canada Water.
Exactly.
South Ealing, South Harrow, South Kenton, South Woodford, Canary Wharf, Harrow and Wealdstone, North Acton, North Ealing, North Greenwich.
Well, we're
North
nearly
Harrow,
done
North
anyway,
Wembley,
Neon.
Highbury and Islington.
Just go to the end of the song.
Caledonian Road and Edgware Road and Finchley Road and Gloucester Road and Goldhawk Road and Holloway Road and Latimer Road and Preston Road, Elm Park, Regent's Park, Green Park, Holland Park, High Park Corner and Upney, Moor Park, Tufton Park, Chiswick Park, Newbury Park, Finsbury Park, Roding Valley, Hendon Central, Hounslow Central, Wembley Central, Belsize Park, Finchley Central, Covent Garden, Tottenham Court Road, Woodside Park, Wood Lane, Hanger Lane, Chancery Lane, Rangers Lane, Tuther Lane, Turner Green, Buckhurst Hill, Golders Green, Kensal Green, Parsons Green, Stepney Green, Roslyn Green, Bedford Green, Harrow on the Hill,
Golders Green,
Armsgrove, Labrador, Boston Manor, Manor House, St James Park and St John's Wood, Shepherd's Bush Market, Shepherd's Bush, Harleston, Holborn, Northwood, Hill Stratford, White City, Whitechapel, Willesden Junction, Wimbledon, Ruislip Gardens, South Ruislip, West Ruislip Manor, Great Portland Street, Dagenham, East Bounds, Green Bank.
Well, I'm nearly done, Electro. I'll just quickly play this song for you again, seeing as didn't hear it.
Hornchurch,
But
Ickenham,
hope
Hainault,
you found it.
Cockfosters, Ravenscourt
Hope you
Park,
find this song
Bromley by
entertaining,
Bow,
Electro.
Morden, Monument, Mornington Crescent, Paddington, Plaistow, Pimlico, Dagenham, Heathway, Elephant and Castle, Richmond, Sloane Square, Beckcountry, Brixton,
figured this would be a
Barcombe,
nice way to
Amersham,
end the
Eastcote,
stream.
Upton, East Finchley,
Do
Kenton,
every
Kennington,
single
Fairlock,
station, the
Farringdon,
song of
Milan,
every
Bamford,
single
Maida,
song on
Barking,
the
Barkingside, Debden,
underground.
Hampstead, Vauxhall, Wembley Park, Tottenham, Hale, Northwood, Oakwood, Wood Green, Woodford, Colliers Wood, and then Croxley, Charing Cross, King's Cross, St Pancras, Brent Cross, Hatton Cross, Austerley, Ballinborough, Chesham, Hampstead, Loughton, Leighton, Leytonstone, Stanmore, Snaresbrook, Greenford, Northolt, Northfield, Southfields, Marylebone, Kingsbury, Queensbury, Queensway, Queen's Park, Park Royal, Royal Oak, Burnt then Aldgate, Southgate, Highgate, Moorgate, Notting Hill Gate, St
This is
Paul's,
honestly a
Leeds,
really good
Oxford
song.
Circus,
Jade
Piccadilly
Foreman
Circus,
is
Lambeth, North and Northwick Park, Upton Park and West.
Jade Foreman is genuinely a talented comedian and
Central with Wanstead,
and musician.
Hounslow, East Ham, East Ham, West Ham, West Hampstead, Putney Bridge, Knightsbridge, Redbridge, London Bridge, Uxbridge, Perivale, Leicester Square, Good Street, Baker Street, Bond Street, Warren Street, Old Street, Liverpool Street, Edgware.
You find this entertaining, Electro?
West Finchley, Kew Gardens and
Lancaster Gate and
Garnersbury, Westminster, Upminster, Russell Square, Euston Square, Totteridge and Whetstone, East Putney, Ealing, Broadway, Fulham, Broadway, Tooting, Broadway, Arsenal, Stockwell, Chigwell, Seven Sisters, Black Horse Road, Blackfriars Temple, East Acton, Oval, Bow Road, Colindale, Archway, Angel, Upminster Bridge, Clapham Common, Clapham North and Clapham South and Swiss Cottage, Acton Town and Camden Town and Chalk Farm and West Kensington, Canning Town and Kentish Town and Sudbury Town and West Brompton, Thaden, Boys Tooting, Beck and Stamford Brook, South Kensington, Rickmansworth and Mansion House and Marble Arch, South Wimbledon, Dollars Hill, Gants Hill, Grange Hill, Surrey Hill, Tower Hill, Hillingdon, Aldgate East, Southwark High, Barnet, Earls Court, Bayswater, Pinner, Victoria, Mill Hill East, High Street, Kensington, Olympia, Ealing Common, Bermondsey, Heathrow Terminals 4 and 5 and Heathrow Terminals 1, 2, 3, Epping, Euston, Kilburn, Park, Chalfonton, Latimer, Cannon Street and Cannons Park, Embankment, Canada Water. South Ealing, South Harrow, South Kenton, South Woodford, Canary Wharf, Harrow.
I still remember this song word for word.
Greenwich, North Harrow,
North Wembley, Highbury and Islington.
Caledonian Road and Edgware Road and Finchley Road and Gloucester Road and Goldhawk Road and Holloway Road and Latimer Road and Preston Road, Elm Park, Regent's Park, Green Park, Holland Park, Hyde Park Corner and Upney, Moor Park, Tom Park, Chisholm Park, Newby Park, Finsbury Park, Reading Valley, Hendon Central, Hounslow Central, Wembley Central, Belsize Park, Finchley Central, Covent Garden, Tottenham Court Road, Woodside Park, Wood Lane, Hang Lane, Chancery Lane, Mains Lane, Tubber Lane, Tubber Green, Buckhurst Hill, Gold Green, Kensal Green, Parsons Green, Stepney Green, Rotting Green, Bedford Green, Howard on the Hill, Arms Grove, Labrador Grove, Boston Manor, Manor House, St James Park and St John's Wood, Shepherd's Bush Market, Shepherd's Bush, Halston, Holborn, Northwood, Hill Stratford, White City, Whitechapel, Wellston Junction, Wimbledon, Ruislip Gardens, South Ruislip, West Ruislip, Manor, Great Portland Street, Dagenham, East Bounds, Green,
Bank. Well, that's it. Play it once. Yeah, just played it once more for luck. Well, I hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream as much as I have. Ugh, I'm exhausted now. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves tonight as much as I have. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed me telling you all the London Underground story, well, as much of it as I could manage in 5 hours. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves tonight. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Hype this stream if you can. Go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Check out my eBay profile. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. You're a spy, are you? Alright. And I will see you all in my next video, and I'll try to get a couple new videos out soon. Oh yeah, my next vlog, I'll try and get that out soon, but I've been busy with my 3,000 subscriber special. We'll see what happens with that in the future. So thank you all so much for watching, guys. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I'll try and get a new video out next week, and a new vlog out. And I will see you all in my next video. Bye-bye, everyone.